Looks like we're good. Hello, everybody. Hopefully you're getting the transmission. Welcome back for the end of the year, the last broadcast for the year, 2020.
That's
I
right.
guess that makes it historical and possibly momentous or monumentous. So, of course, we're just going to chit-chat for a minute, give the tech crew a couple minutes to do all their checking the boxes, make sure everything's working well so we don't have any issues during the broadcast today. So, welcome wherever you're joining us from, and as well as people, I know most of the group joins us through our website at ilm.org, but more and more people are using YouTube now, so welcome. If you're on YouTube and watching our broadcast through YouTube, or if you watched Kelsey's meditation this morning, that was nice. We broadcasted her meditation both through the website and YouTube. So I think we got our format down now with the new, I can't call it new anymore, but the new system called Boxcast that we've been using the last year and some. So it's been working well. I think we got it down now, and it looks like we're going to be pretty set, at least for a while, just through our website as well as YouTube, doing our broadcast from now on. That way it opens it up to people beyond our website, new people to begin to see it, and also obviously YouTube offers closed captions, and I don't know if it does translations, or I think
it doesn't.
that's right. But I know there's other systems. People could actually play into a little translator if they wanted at home for a foreign language. So, I mean, it's offering opportunities like that I imagine eventually Google will have something like that for YouTube. But for now, at least it opens the doors for all those kinds of possibilities. And I'm looking at Kelsey. Is everything good? Sound checks, video broadcast, everything good?
Until I give my announcements,
Okay.
Jim say something.
All right.
We're
So
rolling, we're live.
you want to come up and do the general announcements, or you need a minute?
Sure.
Okay. That's why I was waiting.
I was gonna,
Otherwise, I'm going to jump in already.
yeah, I think you
You
should
want me to?
start, and then
Yeah, go ahead
Oh.
and start. That'll be better.
Better if you start, and then I'll follow.
Yeah, and then,
Oh, there won't be much to follow up then. Okay.
right, that's what she wants to do.
So I'm looking at Kelsey's sec. Is there something before we get going? You're looking at me like
No,
you
she's
want me
just
to know
waiting.
something. Okay. All right. So everything's good though.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I never know. And Jim just sits there going,
I'll say it if you,
so guess what? Finally, long time coming, our new website is ready to go live. So that's the big announcement. That's the momentous occasion. So yes, after all this time, I don't even know how long it's been, I've lost track, at least a year and a half or two or something.
two at least.
You know, so it's been a lot of work, and don't anybody ask Kelsey about it. Don't get her started. Oh, I'm getting a look. But we are finally ready to go live literally next week. So that's our Christmas gift for all of us, especially us on staff and especially Kelsey. I say that because she's been doing the most work behind the scenes on the admin of it all with our tech development team. So finally we're there. We'll be sending out an email to everybody just to let you know. So it's not live yet. I want to make that clear. We're not live yet. The old website will be there for a few more days. But this next week, probably Wednesday or Thursday, they've just got to do a couple little last things to transition from the old to the new. And the development team also wanted us to know that it's a rolling process that can often take 24 hours for all of the pages for the new website to get into place. So even when you get our email announcement that the new website is ready to go live, you can go on, but you may not see it for 24 hours, or you may go into the old or the new website. So even after we send out the email announcement, please be aware it could even take up to 48 hours before you really see the new website. And part of the reason for that, and also why it's taken so long, The biggest thing is that we had to work on what's called metadata. It's kind of like a library cataloging system, and we had to go through all of our files, and we've got like over 1,300 files on this website. In other words, we have hundreds and hundreds of our talks and meditations and classes and everything we've done over the years. I know, that's what I said, 1,300. That's over 1,000. So there's a lot. That's why it's taken so long. And I guess I would also ask for those of you that really love to go dive in deep to check things out, let us know if you find any glitches. We've done a lot of checking and we've cleaned a lot of stuff, but there's always going to be things, especially the older talks and things from the website. So anything you ever see, just as we always say, just do report a problem. So no questions. Go ahead, what?
I was going to say, don't email us. The best way is to report a problem on the website because it goes to our development team that can fix it.
Yeah.
I can't fix it anyway. So if you do the report a problem, it goes directly to them and gets resolved much quicker than emailing us at info@ilm.org. And
Yeah,
also, let me just add, the URL is the same.
Here.
So
You're ready to do your announcement, so this is a good segue.
So when the new website rolls over, and literally rolls over, because it takes time, it's still ilm.org. What's going to happen is there's going to be a window, and Brian talked about it, maybe I'm just saying it a little bit differently, but the same, is it's going to look like it's down. So it'll be down for a while as it rolls over. So just keep trying info@ilm.org till it is up and going, and then it will work again. So you're not going to a different URL. It's the same URL. If in those 48 hours it's down, we know it's down because it's in the process of rolling over, so it becomes the new site. So just wanted to make that pretty clear.
That's good.
It's going to look like it's down and
You-
not working.
Do you want to explain how this is phase one?
Sure. And we've been working a year and a half, since May, a year and a half ago, on phase one, which is pretty much the bulk of the website, all the audio, the self-study section, audio for the initiate section, about ILM, and then the donation. We developed a whole donation widget, which is amazing. Please go and check it out just to check it out. Even if you're not going to make a donation, it's pretty cool. Brian was the genius behind it, and it's just an amazing tool on our website that was created by us, led by Brian. So
Yeah, we're learning how to become custom software developers. They
Yeah.
didn't have it, so we developed our own customized donation widget that gives more flexibility to do any way you want to do it that wasn't even out there on the market. So we developed our own.
Yeah, so we're pretty cutting edge, actually. And so phase one, it's going to be a lot on there. Think audio, though. Audio. Video is phase two. So all the video from 2020 is on YouTube. You can go and watch every class beginning in February 2020 till currently today. All the other video is phase two, and phase two, which starts, well, we've already started phase two, which won't come out for a while, but that is to get all the video up on the website. So you don't need to go to YouTube unless you want to. So phase one, you won't see any video on the website, but you can go and watch the video on YouTube. All the class audio from 2020 is on the website, apart from November, I think, November and this one. So we'll get those up in the months to come. But it's pretty much all there. So, and phase two is also our events page. So when you hit events, the calendar for the events, the registration for events, anything that had to do with events, we will be developing on this phase 2. So in the slider, I have the dates for these classes. And then they're at the bottom of every email that gets sent out as a reminder for this class. And the Living the Loving, again, those are at the bottom of that email reminder. I'm sorry, not Living the Loving. That's my Hawaii class. The Laugh, the Worldwide Laugh class is at the bottom of there. But we'll get the calendar up soon, and that'll be a part of phase 2. Anything else you can think of?
I don't even remember what's in phase 3.
Phase 3 is pretty cool. That's where, for all of you that have asked me, can't you post, the quotes somewhere else other than social media? We don't want to be on social media. Well, we're going to have it so that when I post the quotes on Instagram and they go to Facebook, that they'll also get posted to the website. So phase 3 is us being a little more interactive with the website.
And with the social media, more integrating. So
Yeah.
Some of you didn't even know we actually do have an Instagram account. It's ILMORG on Instagram. So
Yeah, so we're trying to, we've got YouTube videos. We're going to bring that into the website. The social media on Instagram and Facebook, we're going to bring that into the website. That's all phase 2 and phase 3. So, which will probably take a good part of next year to complete. So I just personally want to thank you all for your patience with this. I know it's been a long time coming. This new site will prompt you if you're not logged in. You won't get the errors like you've been getting. I really hope you'll find it a lot easier. It'll guide you to what steps you need to take next in order to get what you want, whether it's to log in or even new people. If you have friends that you want to share this with, they can listen to 2 things, and that'll prompt them to register. So we've got a lot of prompts in there, so hopefully that'll make it easier for everybody. Yay! I like easy.
Yeah, really.
I hope you guys don't mind us talking so much about it. We're just very excited on this end because it's been a long time project.
Yeah.
And because that's our main tool, especially not traveling with COVID, and we don't know when we'll start up again yet. So if anything, having the website, it's going to really hopefully make up the difference for that. And please use it. Please. I mean, I'm surprised how many times I hear people haven't really gone on there and fully explored the website. You should check out the Laugh courses under the self-study section. It's amazing how we have that. The website, those of you that are familiar, it'll have a familiar look and feel like the old one, but it definitely is very different once you start maneuvering through it. So.
Cleaner, easier to navigate, and even like the Laugh stuff is downloadable now. So I know people have been requesting, we don't want to have to stream it. We're in bad Wi-Fi areas. You'll be able to download the Laugh courses. So, the CDs aren't yet streamable, but that's phase 3 is that kind of thing. You can still download CDs, but we hope to be able to stream them for you as well in the coming year. So there's still lots of cool things that we're working on and developing, but this is a fresh new start, and it's simple.
And a workable new start because you don't have to go in and repair all the time. It'll be much easier to maintain. It's cleaner. It's easier for everybody, including this end.
Yes, the back end. It is so much easier. Yes, absolutely.
And the other thing, it'll be more automated. And it'll also give people freedom to make changes and updates to their own accounts. So, and we'll be putting messages in the email when we send it out. We do ask that everybody, once the new website's up, that you go into your account and sign in and re-register and clean up and make sure all your emails, addresses, phone numbers, everything is up to date, because we found a lot of things that weren't. So please, that's a big one too, to go in and make sure everything's updated.
All initiates and intended initiates, you were rolled over to the new site. You're in there. When you go to log in, your email address is now your username. and you will have to reset your password and then go into your account, select your community. You can put in billing information if you want. That's not necessary right now. If you want to make a donation, it'll prompt you to do that anyway, or next time we do a retreat in person where you need to pay, it'll prompt you to do that. But do what Brian said, explore the account, update things. And if you're not an initiate or an intended initiate, you will need to go and re-register on ilm.org.
That way it's a fresh start across the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to go ahead and tell them the little break we're going to take for the holiday?
So we're going to take a little break for the holiday. As we've done every year, we usually take January off. And I know when we set out save the dates for next year, we've decided to not do a class in January. So there won't be the live broadcast with Jim and Brian in January. There won't be a laugh class in January, and there won't be a Living the Loving class in January. Please check with Lynn and Nana in Europe what they want to do, and please check with Stephen for the Midwest and what he's going to be doing. But
Yeah, that's just for us in Austin, and I know we just sent out a recent email saying we do have a class in January. We're doing that because we didn't know when the website would be up and ready, and we just figured we'd just keep working until we get whatever done we need to, and then take a break. And we're kind of at that place now, so we kind of just filled every month for next year, trying to create some flexibility in our schedules, trying to get these done. But now that this is here, it's kind of a relief and a celebration for us, and perfect for the holidays. And now, having gone straight for a year and even through the summers, we're going to just take a little break for the month of January there, just so everybody knows. And that's the wonderful part, though, because we have the new website for everybody to have fun with, and just all the resources. My God, get on there, listen. You can listen to talks every day, every single day, and you could do it every day for a whole year straight, and not have to listen to one a second time. Actually, there's so much on there now.
Yeah. Would you like to say anything?
No, I think I put my 2 cents in.
It'll be easier for us on the back end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anything
And we'll
else?
send out an email announcement reminding everybody of that as well.
Yeah.
Since we did that, so just be aware of that. Today will be kind of the end of the year, and we won't be going to Maui this year, though, unfortunately.
No travel. No travel.
So we'll be hibernating here in Austin.
No one's going nowhere. Now here. We're
We'll be
staying now here.
we'll just be enjoying our new website
Yeah.
And I'll be catching up on things that have been backlogged
and sleep.
and sleep. It's been a fantastic year. It's been a wonderful year. It's been a non-stop year. Looking forward to a little bit of a stop, but it's really been just an incredible year, being online with everybody, all the retreats. Wow. So
It's been amazing.
grateful
Yeah, we still
for
got
all
to
of
do a
it.
retreat in every community this year.
Yeah, we did.
In person.
So thank you everybody for in person. Thank you everybody for your support and understanding and patience. It's really been supportive for all of us. So
And they're all thanking you for all your patience and everything, too.
have I had patience? I guess the last couple months. Yeah. All right. So the rest of the reminders, again, are if you're having any video audio quality issues with this broadcast, please click on the report a problem on the live broadcast page at the top right corner of your screen, and I will check it every 15 minutes. If you are having problems, though, please just refresh your page. If that doesn't work, quit your browser, maybe even turn your computer off, reboot. That should handle it. We have
99% of the time it does.
it does, yeah. And the other thing I realized last class with some people is I just moved them over to YouTube and then they were fine. So
That's
That's
true.
a good
just
one.
hop on over to YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Check out YouTube.
You know, if you have another device, put YouTube up as a backup. I don't know, but go to YouTube.
Yeah, and please subscribe to the channel.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
nice
I
because
think
I
once
get-
we get 100 subscribers, I think there's some other benefits or something. I'm not really quite sure. We're still learning about it. So
Well, by subscribing, it automatically, when she starts like the broadcast for the meditation, it automatically rings me and lets me know
Sends you a
something's
notice.
on YouTube.
that's right. So if you
Cool.
subscribe to the YouTube channel and turn on notifications, you will get notified when we start one of the broadcasts.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I did not know.
It's
I'm
very
subscribed
nice.
though. I have to turn my
You got
notifications
your
Reminds me I need to
notification
turn
on.
my
Yeah.
phone off.
You have to subscribe and turn on your notifications. You
Your
got it.
YouTube notifications.
Yep.
So as Jim's reminding us, please put all your phones on airplane mode or turn.
Unless you're watching on.
Oh yeah, unless you're on your phone. In that case, maybe put it on Do Not Disturb. And
Yeah, just turn it off. And
Yeah, the difference
meditate for
between
3
do not
hours.
disturb and airplane mode is airplane mode shuts off all outer connections and do not disturb leaves the connections open. So
yeah, so tablets, iPhones, Do Not Disturb maybe, or smartphones. All you smartphone users out there, Androids, and just do what you need to do to just create a focus on spirit and just what you do at home in bringing that focus here is what allows spirit to really move through Jim and Brian to give the fullness of the sharing. So this is part of walking the path and taking responsibility. So we just ask that you really keep a focus on spirit. And when it comes time to Q&A, please continue to email us at info@ilm.org to email us your questions for Q&A after Jim and Brian's sharings and after the break today. And I'll be reading them out loud and Jim and Brian will be answering. And again, please just hold that focus on spirit. Spirit doesn't need the details. Spirit already knows the details. Just keep it short and sweet and to the point, and really about walking this inner pathway of sound and light. Your meditation practice, your inner experiences, your dreams, any questions about taking responsibility for your thoughts and feelings, actions and reactions through LAF.
and on that
So,
note, hi Alma.
Here comes my
Here's the
cat.
kitty. Okay, so I know that's a long lot of announcements, and how did we do? 20 minutes of technical.
Well, enjoy everybody and have a wonderful holidays and New Year.
Oh, there it is. Meow. All right. Alma came out to say hi, to meditate with us, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was a lot.
That was a lot, but it's good.
We
good
probably
lot.
gave you too much. I know it's probably past people. We wanted to do that anyway, though, so at least it's planting the seeds, and then when you get the email, you'll be able to read through. So it's
And you
not
can
hard.
also re-listen to this later.
That's true. Okay, so we're going to do just last thumbs up. Make sure the cat's okay and the tech crew. Do you want to do the meditation or do you want me to?
No, if you could, I would appreciate it.
Okay. All right, so we'll just give everybody a moment to just go ahead and get settled in. You can just kind of relax, close your eyes. It's going to be just a minute. I want to make sure we get a thumbs up with everything here. If we're ready, we're ready? Okay, good.
I'm going to do something just real quick.
I like when Jim says real quick.
Mama.
He's not real quick these days. Okay. Do you want to go ahead and turn yours off then for now, for this? Okay, so if somebody's new today online, just follow along. I'm going to lead us into a guided meditation. And we will have an extended period of time in silence as well. We usually do about a half an hour or so in our meditations. And then afterwards, Jim and I'll do spiritual sharings. So you can go ahead now, if you haven't already, you can close your eyes. This just helps to let go of any outer distractions. And as you do, just bring your attention inwards and upwards to this place we call the seat of the soul that resides right above the eyebrows in the center of the head. And as you do, you may even begin to feel a slight pressure sensation. People refer to this as the spiritual eye as well, the spiritual doorway. It's that place by which the soul, that divine spark of God who we each are, comes into and leaves this physical consciousness. It's also known as the upper room, or the top of the inner mountain, or the cave, or even the tomb. For it is a soul that gives life to all of this creation. So we want to focus into the soul of who we are. And this is the physicality in reference to where that resides. So when we close our eyes and look inwards and upwards to this place, we want to just be open, allow ourselves to be receptive and vulnerable. And we want to direct our attention always upwards, not forwards or downwards, but literally upwards, whether it's at an angle or straight up. Just direct the attention, just as if you were looking up into the sky. But with your eyes closed, just begin to look up into the inner sky within your consciousness. It's always been taught, if you want to know God, to go within. So we've got to go within our own consciousness and begin to seek that which is God, which begins in truth with the light of our own soul and the sounds of the Holy Spirit, which is the voice of God. So in this inner journey, we look with the inner eye of spirit, and we listen with the inner ears. For this is the path of light and sound, which make up that essence of God's loving. For our experience spiritually is made up of that light and sound of God's loving. So as you look, open up and listen. Listen for that inner sound, which comes in many ways. For there are different sounds and frequencies on the different realms of consciousness on this journey. You may hear a bell or even tinkling bells, wind chimes, or the wind, sounds of music or musical instruments, or even that still small voice of God that is ever calling the soul home. And it is through God's loving that the soul is called home. So no matter how we experience Let it all be through loving. Letting go of any fears or distractions or any other phenomena. Not allowing yourself to be distracted by other voices, by other experiences, but truly to honor and to follow this pathway. It truly is simply light and sound and loving. So as you look inwards and upwards, all we have to do is look for that brightest light. It often appears as a bright star in a starry night sky. Or if it's daylight, it may appear much like the sun that we see in our own physical sky. Just look for that brightest light. And as you look, eventually you will find it. And you will notice there's a warmth, a presence. Just like in our physical sun, we can feel that warmth as we allow ourselves to sit and bask in the rays of light. So it is with the inner sun, that sun of spirit. And it is that radiance of God's loving that we experience, that warmth and essence of loving. So let that be your guide. Always directing your attention towards that greatest light in this inner sky. And most often it'll appear as a golden white. And at other times, while we're just seated at the seat of the soul, it may just be dark inside, but within the darkness, if we allow ourselves to relax and have that clear focus and intention, we may begin to see a purple light, or maybe even a pink or blue light. These are just frequencies of the Holy Spirit coming out of the pure white light of God's loving. Just allow yourself to receive and to experience, just allowing that light and the frequency of sound within the light to permeate through your consciousness on every level, from the physical body, through the imagination, the emotions, the mind, and even the unconscious, and all the way into the soul realm, in your own soul consciousness, wherever you may reside. Just let this light of God's loving just fill you to overflowing, and let this overflow begin to lift you, where you may even begin to lift out of the physical consciousness, or begin to have a greater inner awareness, clarity, awareness, vision, or inner knowing or feeling of that essence of loving. And if any form, such as the form of the spiritual teacher, shows up, if you see myself or Jim or even another spiritual teacher, just observe and allow yourself to be guided and directed. For it is the service of the teacher to always guide you and to lift you towards that greatest light and sound, to bring you, that is the soul, back home to its origin, to its creator. So always pay attention, being aware, being open and receptive. And ever directing yourself into loving. And this is simply done by loving God, just as we would love another and even say, I love you. It is the same with God, that we in our soul can love God directly, directly inside. Just as we open and receive God's loving for us, we can share our loving with God. And we simply do this through our intention, our awareness, our focus, as well as chanting or singing those sacred names that God has given us, the soul, as an expression of God's loving that specifically are given for the sinner journey of the return home of that spiritual awakening. So whether you have the names given in initiation with the unspoken name of God, or the spoken name of God that we use out loud, the Hugh and Anahu, as in the word human, God and man. So as we chant or sing the Hugh, which I'm going to do today out loud, in case there's somebody new here, you can listen or participate as I do. But within this name, within the sound, is a frequency of God's loving, often referred to as a key that opens the door to the inner kingdom, that kingdom of God. So in our meditation, as well as receiving, it is through the chanting and singing the sacred name that we share our loving with God. And in so doing, it directs us, it moves us. For in our taking action, we create the space by which we can now participate directly with God. For this is a direct relationship. It is not a passive one. It is not one where we are left in wonder and question, but is one that we actively pursue and move towards God to awaken, to become conscious and aware. And in so chanting these names, it opens the doors for that awareness and awakening. And so I'm just going to chant the Hugh out loud 3 times. You're welcome to chant out loud with me, or just listen and chant silently within. And as we do, just allow that frequency to stir the loving awake within you. And just be aware of the experience in that movement. So just take in a deep breath and we'll begin. You're welcome to keep chanting out loud or silently within. So we're going to move into a time of silence now, allowing each of us to move more deeply within, to have greater experience, moving into that greater oneness with God, allowing God to bring us home and into that divine knowing. So continuing to just bask in that inner sunlight, allowing that essence of God's loving to just permeate through you. Literally just soaking it in, allowing that loving to dissolve and release you of any attachments or karmas, anything that can be released and let go of at this time, as you choose to forgive yourself and others and even God. Just be willing to let go and allow God's grace to lift anything and all things that you are willing to let go of, and knowing what you choose to keep for now is there to serve you in your journey of liberation and learning, and that God's loving and grace always walks with you, and all you have to do is open and invite God to be present in you in all you do, whether in meditation or any moment, at any time and anywhere. So just taking a few more moments, just allowing that loving to fill you and to free you, as you gently come more present in your physical awareness as well. And even as we move into a time of sharing here, that you maintain that inner and upwards focus and that inner light and sound of God's loving, so that even as we share, the words that are shared stir within you that awakening to the divine. It literally is as simple as holding a focus, even in the listening, to hold that focus of listening, not to just the physical words, but even the spiritual that God is sharing with each of us. Okay, if I start.
Yep.
So, I was reminded in meditation, one of my favorite stories I shared time to time. I don't think I've really gone into a lot of detail in a while, though, was the symbolism of the Christmas tree. And please take off any religious connotations. I don't care who's listening, if you're Christian or Jewish or Muslim or Buddhist or whatever. I'm talking about the Christmas tree symbolically right now. And I would like to share more of my inner understanding of the symbology in and around a lot of that, and whatever else unfolds in that. Early on in my own spiritual journey of awakening and walking this pathway, out of many experiences, one of the predominant ones that has really stuck with me that I was shown early on was around the Christmas tree, that many people maybe have heard of references to, like the tree of life, especially in the Jewish faith. That tree of life is how I look at the Christmas tree too, that it often represents the tree, well, two different trees. Let me kind of back up. We've heard of the story of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Well, that Garden of Eden, there was many trees. One of those trees was the tree of knowledge, the tree of good and evil. That tree is symbolic of this creation of time and space. And there's all these other trees in the garden that each we could call a tree of life. Spiritually, the Garden of Eden is reference to that spiritual kingdom, or what we call in here the soul realm. But if you take that tree and we take a mirror image of it, it flips over. And that's what we say in this creation, as Jim has shared over the years, that this creation of time and space is where this, if you want to call it frequency or mirror reflective process, is simply a warping of the energy. Like the ego, when we talk about self-centered, we become centered on self. It's a warping of the energy where it becomes focused now. It's like a whirlpool or a tornado that just spins and warps down to a point. That's a lot of literally the scientific approach in a way that this works spiritually. And science and physics is finding that out. But if you even look at that warping, there's a cone shape. There's always the big opening and then the point in which it touches, whether that point is going down or if you have a cone facing up. So if we have facing up as a triangular process, and circular too for that matter, like a cone, well, that's how a Christmas tree often is. That we see the base of the tree and then it goes up in a triangular shape to a point. And then, of course, all the branches and the trunk in the middle of that. So however we look at the tree, and I'm referring to it as like a Christmas tree, and specifically I'll get to that as I go along here, is because of how we decorate it with all the lights and everything. So the tree of life, I'm not going to actually go into the meanings of that as the Jewish faith might or others. Today I'm going to talk more about my own inner awareness with the Christmas tree. So if we look at the Christmas tree, and let's start at the top. That point, there's always a star at the top of the tree. Well, even guiding into meditation today, what did I talk about? But to always look for the brightest light, and in the beginning it'll always appear as a star. It's often referred to as the Star of Bethlehem or the Star of David. You might even call it the Soul Star. And it actually represents the Christ consciousness. But that even gets a lot of misrepresentation. When we use the Christ and Inner Light Ministries here, we don't use it in a way that it is referred to in Christianity. We use it as a word to describe that inner light that is the soul, the light of the soul that is awakened. When we talk about the Christ consciousness, we are literally talking about soul consciousness and awaken. In other words, as we do this meditation in this path of sun and light that we teach in ILM, that in that journey, our goal is to awaken into the soul consciousness of who we are as a divine spark of God, as a child of God. And when we awaken to that inner light and know that consciously and really know the truth of who we are as that spark or child of God, it often will appear as like a star or a ball of light. I've seen it as a diamond that is symbolic of the Christ as well. But in here, we refer to the Christ consciousness as the soul consciousness awakened within each of us. And so I want to clarify that so we don't look at it as a religious sense, but truly as an experiential process or action of spiritual awakening. So I hope I'm clear on that. So that star that represents the Christ consciousness at the top of the tree, in a sense, you could say that is the goal that we are all striving for in this action of meditation, in this pathway we teach here, is to awaken to the soul who we are. And when we awaken to that, we will be Christed. We will have awakened to the Christ consciousness within us, which is also, in other words, saying that now in that awakening that we have risen above or overcome or freed ourselves of a lot of the karmas, the lessons, the attachments, the fears, the judgments that create the separation that we experience from the spiritual realms. I should say the illusion of separation, really. Because in truth, we're not separate. In truth, we're one with God. But as we've come into this creation, we've simply forgotten, and so we experience the sense of being separate from. In other words, what have we done? We started at the top, at the star, in the realms of spirit with God, as God created us as a divine spark out of God's beingness. And from there, we came, as they say, took a bite of the apple as Adam and Eve, and then we came down into this creation through that tree of knowledge of good and evil, if you want to call it that. And so we've come down into this creation and have forgotten all that. And so here we are at the base of the tree. So we started at a point, and now we've come down to the base of the tree, into this physical creation. So the base of the tree, symbolically right now, I'm referring to as this physical level of consciousness. And as most of you know, just a quick refresher, from the soul down to the physical, we have the unconscious, or what we call the etheric realm, the mind, or the mental realm, the emotions, or the causal realm, and the astral, the realm of imagination, and then the physical, with the physical body. So that base, if we look at that as the physical level, that those branches are far and wide. What do the branches represent even? Because we have a trunk and branches. And without that trunk, of course, all the branches don't exist. Everything comes out of the trunk. Well, that trunk, from the star down to the base, is what is known as the straight and narrow pathway of this path of sound and light. And if you look, even in hurricanes, whirlpools, tornadoes, as I was referencing earlier as a cone shape, there's always the eye. The eye is that middle pathway in which everything is revolving around. Everything's revolving around that. So on the Christmas tree, everything is revolving around the trunk. The trunk is one. There's many branches. There's only one trunk from which all of those branches extend out of. So I know I'm getting really detailed and specific here, and I want to purposely. So we have some more understanding maybe, hopefully in a simple way, that at that trunk, we have the star on the top, and then that trunk is in a sense rooted in the earth. So there's the physical level, it's rooted there. So that's the tree of knowledge of good and evil, not the tree of life in the Garden of Eden. This is a reflection down here. So with that, so that root now is when people talk about becoming centered, they're going into the center of who they are. A lot of people focus maybe into the heart, or even the belly button, or in the other lower chakras, or the throat, or the third eye, or the crown. So we have all these different levels. Well, each of those levels, those chakras that are right up the center of that trunk, which is also symbolic of the spine and the body, for those of you wondering, yes. At each of those levels, there's branches that extend off of there, just like on the Christmas tree, or the pine tree, I guess we could call it. Guess we'll call it Christmas, though, because it'll get decorated as we awaken spiritually. That all those branches that come out from each of those levels, each branch represents an experience that we, the soul, go into from the trunk, our center, from who we are. We go out onto a branch and into an experience way out here. In this realm of duality, we call it polarity, so you have the left and right side of the tree, even though it's circular, depending on how you're facing it. Well, what do we say in this? Well, I've got a left hand and a right hand, the left and the right. Or if we want to make it political, the far left and the far right, right? The conservatives and liberals. Yeah. Isn't it funny, even in this creation, we have all these references to the polarities in so many different ways. They're right, they're wrong. No, they're wrong, they're right. That's what makes it up. But no matter what, both of those extremes of the branches, left or right, are attached to the same trunk. It all comes from one place. So what we will do in our experience, the soul, our consciousness here, our conscious awareness, our soul as it comes through these levels, through that trunk, the straight and narrow, that is what is also known as the pathway, the Holy Spirit, the path of sun and light, as it extends from actually beyond the star into the star and down here. So as we go out on the branch, one branch, and that branch often has leaves or needles, and if it's another tree, maybe some nuts or fruit or something, the fruits of our labors, all these references. It's amazing. You look at all the references that we could take out of just a tree. But it's nice to look at the meaning of those references, and that's what I'm trying to do today. That as we go out and have the experience, even on one branch, that whatever is produced from that experience, the leaves, the needles, the nuts or fruit, those are the things that are created through our soul's experience. And it is through creating that, and we have the experience, that as we extend out from our center into that, in that experience, we learn a lesson. That's what the soul is here to do, is to come into this creation, as well as other creations of God's, to go have experience. And in that experience is how we learn. In that learning the lessons, when they're fulfilled, well, not only is there the fruition, which comes from fruition, and then we could even partake or eat of that. You know, you've heard phrases like eating our karma. Interesting, huh? That in that which we've created and we eat of it, now that which we've created and we eat and partake is returning now back to us. Because everything we put out has to come back to us. So now we eat that which we've created. And in the eating of that is the fulfillment, that we now get the nourishment. In other words, we fulfill the experience, we've eaten our karma, which is another way of saying I've learned the lesson in what I have created and put out, and now it has come back to me, that I've ingested it, that I've taken it back to myself, I've embraced it, I've ingested it, I've digested it, and I've released it. I am now done. So whether you want to flush the toilet or do something else to celebrate, just like little kids, yeah, here's my potty humor. Little kids, what do we do when we're potty training them? We get all excited with them. Yay, good poopy, you did it. You didn't need a diaper. But don't we do that? Isn't that funny how we celebrate like that for kids? We do. It's funny when you think about it. I'm seeing smiles except for Jim. Oh, there it is. But that's the truth. There actually is a celebration, whether it's disgusting the way I'm making it as a poopy or a pee-pee, or if it's a beautiful fruit that tastes delicious. No matter how, it's all of that. It's the beauty, it's the ugly, it's the pleasant, it's the stinky, it's all of it. Eventually it gets done. That's the key. When that gets done, now I'm going to come back to the Christmas tree. Well, what is the other thing on the Christmas tree besides the star at the top? Well, often we'll have a string of lights. And I say a string, and I'm doing it spiraling, because that's often how it is. You have the lights that spiral from the top to the bottom. So as we fulfill now, just one of those experiences, one branch, a light lights up. That light that lights up just like on a Christmas tree on that string of lights. When that light lights up, a lot of people in this world would call it enlightenment. And I'm not just trying to make puns and jokes here. But that literally is stages of enlightenment. Because when we fulfill something and learn a lesson, that light of awareness, in other words, our inner knowing, the light bulb that goes on, the inner knowing, because we have now fulfilled a karmic lesson and have learned that lesson that was there for us to learn. And so the light goes on. This process I'm talking about is what continues through many of our embodiments, existence through existence, literally till all the lights on that string of lights right up to the star. And that is what we're doing in this journey. In this path of sun and light that we share here in ILM is really the fulfillment of that journey that we go through, and each of those branches that are incomplete that we haven't finished yet, that in here we are working on completing. Whether it's through the physical level, the astral, the causal, the mental, etheric, all of it. We are working on completing that. And every time we complete even one of them, we come back now through the branch back to the center of the trunk, and we find ourselves once again. Those are the moments in life where we feel more whole, complete. We celebrate, we achieved a goal, we graduated, we did something, and we know it, we feel it, we see it, we hear it, we know it. And then we now continue. So what do? We go out now on another branch and do the same thing, and then another branch and another branch. And until we've done all the branches around the whole trunk, 360 degrees around the whole trunk. That's another way of saying the wheel of karma, the wheel of reincarnation, the wheel of 84. Think of astrology, the wheel of all the signs. Everything spiraling, spinning around the trunk, around the center point. So as we go through each branch, each tree, each house of the astrology sign, each whatever, we are fulfilling, and a light is going on each one that is completed. And every time we come back to center, back to center, back to center. And it's so interesting. One of the ways that I've learned about it, and it happens hundreds of times in my own inner experiences, because you hear share all the time in here, just like today where I said, look for the brightest light, go towards that, move towards that. Well, I would have a lot of inner experiences where I'd literally get out of body here, step through the spiritual doors we talk about and where we meditate, consciously step out of the physical body and now move towards that light. And as I would move towards the light, I would literally be flying. Often what appeared like outer space, flying through towards that light. And as I would get closer, I'd always feel this loving, just awakening and expanding in me and growing. But it's so funny because most of the time, I'd go so far, I'd get so close, and it's almost like I ran out of energy and I couldn't go any further. And then I'd start to fall. But at some point as I was falling, all of a sudden I would go horizontal now and go have some kind of experience. Often it would look a lot like what we'd experienced physically, but it wasn't physical, obviously. It's in some other realm or dimension. Whether it was in the mind, emotions, or imagination, or even a physical subdimension. I'd go out, have the experience, and then I'd be done. I'd be back in the body, I'd be awake, and I'd be like, wow. Other times, I'd do the same thing. I'd be flying up towards that brightest light. I'd make it so far. Sometimes I even knew I went farther than the previous time, but then once again I'd start to fall, and sure enough, all of a sudden I'd go horizontal and start flying into some other experience. In situations just like we would do in life here, and have whatever experience we would with people and places and things. Some of it was wonderful and pleasant, others were very horrific. That's the good and evil. This is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. You'd have the bad and the good. So I'd go out and have those experiences, and then every time it'd be done, I'd either come back and be all of a sudden wake up and done, or once in a great while, that experience would be done, and all of a sudden I'd be coming back, and I'd start lifting up again and going higher. Sometimes I'd do multiple times going out, coming back, going up. Most of the time it's just one and I was done, one and done. But other times might have several times. Have you experienced this in meditation at all in your dreams? If you've been walking this pathway, you've all had this of what I'm describing, whether you're conscious of it or not. I am literally describing what happens on a journey of life. But it gets quite amazing when that life is not just about the physical, but literally about these other levels and just being conscious and aware of the process. That's all I did, and that's why I can share and kind of report back. Well, here's my experience. Here's what I had happen. Here's what I've learned and all that. And that's what we do here. So over the many years, this is a common thing. Even to this day, I'll still have that once in a while. Not as much, but because a lot of that is really lighting up the Christmas tree, fulfilling and learning the lessons karmically in this creation. And at some point, that gets complete. That's why I say that. I don't have so many nowadays because I've completed a lot of mine. So now mine is to be of service, to live more in the trunk and in the star, to help light up and show that direction as we do here. That's why they call it a spiritual teacher, to teach this pathway, this journey, to support, to guide, to even give the homework. In other words, what to pay attention to, how to complete your lessons, how this works. That's what our job is here. But then it's up to each of you to go do the work, to live your life, to fulfill that which is for yours to fulfill, to keep coming back to the center of that trunk and going higher towards that star. That inner star is for everybody. Not just Jesus the Christ, but each and every one of us the Christ. And that is for us to awaken to our own soul light. That's the fulfillment. So we are going to literally go through all of these branches in the tree, coming back. Each one we fulfill, another light goes on. Another light lights up on the Christmas tree. Going, spiraling up till all those lights go on and we even reach the top of the star. And when we do, we're going to have some awareness, whether it's just an inner knowing or literally an inner experience out of body in meditation or in a dream state, or just in our inner knowing and experience and living here in our consciousness physically. Because this is a path of awakening to really come to know that inner light, the truth of who we are. So even when we come to that place where we come more illumined and we have fulfilled the enlightenments, I like to say it, there's many enlightenments on the road to illumination. It's not just one, it's many enlightenments. That's why I like the Christmas tree and the string of lights. But there's only one star at the top, and there's only one tree trunk, which is very interesting. That's why it's so important to pay attention in the symbology here in the Christmas tree, like I'm trying to explain today. And it's funny because you think about it, even just like Christmas trees here, if we set up for the holidays, you have your string of lights, and every now and then there's always a light that burns out, right? Or several. So you have all the lights and there's just one or two or something where it burns out, and then it's this whole process of trying to figure out how to handle that. Well, that's kind of funny because there's even a little bit of truth in that on this pathway. Because even once we come awake to our soul, that star at the top of the tree, if there's any burned out lights below, well, once we even awaken to the soul, as long as we're here in the physical body, there's still going to be other lessons to finish up before we're really complete. Each of those burned out lights is yet a lesson to fulfill and complete. So even if that light worked in the past, maybe it was only part of it, and then at some point it burns out because now we need to go in and do another level of it until it's fulfilled completely. When it's really everything is done is when we now leave. In other words, the body dies, the soul leaves, but when the soul leaves in a fulfillment and all the lights of the tree are done, are lit up, that's when we're really truly liberated. And there's no need for the soul to re-embody or reincarnate, as people call it. That we can really now continue the journey on into the true spiritual realms beyond time and space here, beyond this reflective quality that comes with this realm of illusion. So it's very interesting. Even the decorations we choose to put on Christmas trees, it all means there's so many different ways to decorate. Well, that's obviously the uniqueness to each of us and our own unique expressions and the lessons we're learning through our creativity in the fulfillment of our soul. So enjoy that. Part of what I enjoy, and obviously it's appropriate right now having a sharing like this with Christmas and the holidays coming up. I like holidays or holy days. That we really begin to see the truth and the symbology. And again, there's a lot of others. That's just my reference today. Again, we don't make it religious here. We use the symbolism in every religion to hopefully give example to teach about the inner journey of the soul's awakening. So please take it that way. And even if during Q&A, if you have questions about other symbology of other religions or references to things, that's part of what we're here to do, is help give that understanding so that it serves you in your journey of awakening. So now here's another part even that's interesting in all that. Not only how we choose to decorate our tree, our consciousness, but even the gifts, like the presents underneath the tree that we'll often place. That itself is even symbolic in reference. A lot of people talk about spiritual gifts or divine qualities. A lot of times people refer to spiritual gifts are things such as clairvoyance or clairaudience or healing, spiritual healing, having abilities of spirit, speak in tongues, to have other divine knowledges, to see the future or the past. All these things often people refer to as spiritual gifts. Well, under the Christmas tree, the gifts of our knowledge, the wisdom that comes by our soul having its experience and fulfilling all these things. Because in truth, anything we experience and fulfill, there's an inherent wisdom, and in that wisdom it is now as a gift. And isn't it wonderful? A lot of gifts are for other people. It's not just us. In fulfilling ourselves, there's that gift of fulfillment and gratitude and grace. And out of that, we are able to now extend that by giving that gift of wisdom and grace that we've experienced to share that with others. So there's even Christmas presents and gifts that we can give to others of our own experience, our own wisdom and knowing. Not in telling people or putting it on them, but to truly give a gift and joy and freedom and loving in sharing that, sharing what we have with others. To me, that's part of the beauty of that as well. And as far as references to spiritual gifts, that can and does happen. The goal we do in ILM is to really awaken to the star at the top. And then even the star has another journey to go beyond the top of the tree. In other words, that star now, fully awake, leaves the tree behind and continues now without the tree. That's a whole nother spiritual aspect of the journey beyond even just awakening to the soul or the Christ that we are, which of course we share about in here too. And that's really now the soul going back into the greater oneness with God and merging in that ocean of loving. But the other gifts under that tree, as we do our journey of awakening towards that star, those are things that we often can experience along the way. If we're meant to have the experience of a gift of healing, whether it's hands-on or counseling or just praying, whatever that is, that's part of our journey, to learn through that, to experience that. But it's not the end-all. It is just one gift out of many. And it's just an experience for the soul to have on its way home to God. Even the other gifts. I know when I started this journey about 32 years ago for myself consciously, I started wanting to know how to be psychic, how to see the future, how to see other levels like spirit guides and angels and beings and teachers. So mine was wanting to be more psychic, to have clairvoyance, clairaudience. That's what got me to begin to meditate and to look at this. And as I continued, I started to have more the visions, the out-of-body experiences. So then it began to now go beyond wanting to just be psychic, but actually now wanting to have greater experience in these out-of-body experiences through these other realms and dimensions spiritually beyond the physical. And then with that came greater awarenesses and knowings and understandings. And then I moved through even some healing experiences for a while. That's part of what we'll walk through, is just wanting to heal other people. It's a wonderful thing. It's just one of the many experiences along the way of our awakening and return back into God. So no matter where you start or what you're looking for, don't get distracted. Remember, there's really one focus, one goal. And that really is to awaken back into the truth of who we are, that star at the top of the Christmas tree, and then for that star to really merge back into the great light and sound that is the oneness of God's loving. And along that journey is going to be all these different gifts and qualities or aspects that we will experience in that return home to God. And that's one of the biggest points of clarity Jim and I try to share with people. I found it hard for myself because I got really caught up and attached in wanting to be the psychic or wanting to be the healer and do all these things. And it's quite wonderful and amazing. And enjoy it while it's there. Do whatever. Sometimes we'll get caught up in it and pursue it for a while. I know I did. Enjoy it. Have your experience. Learn and grow from it. But please, at some point, realize that's not the goal or the end all. For us, the goal and the end all, I can't even call it the end all because there's truly no end in it all. But in this level of physicality, the end all is really just becoming a soul that is liberated and free of this physical creation to once again truly live in what we call the spiritual realms or the spiritual kingdom, everlasting. We've got to use the words. We try not to sound too religious in here because we really want this pathway to be very practical, in a path that is experiential for people. We don't want to make it religious where there's laws and dogma. We want to use our words in a way that hopefully describe, to give understanding of the spiritual journey in its process of awakening and all that comes with life itself, not as a religion, but literally as life itself, is what we attempt to do here. And so I hope that always comes through and across with what we present. So I hope that gives maybe a little more clarity and understanding and a lot of symbology, at least that I've learned over the years in my own experience and journey around the Christmas tree and the star at the top and even the gifts and all the branches and the trunk in the middle. I mean, I was pretty amazed when I realized the symbology of it all and where it shows up throughout all of creation. It's just quite an amazing process, especially when we talk about like the shape, the triangle or the tree, the cone or the funnel in a spiral. I actually was just listening, even just this morning, I listened to it a couple times this week. One of my favorite talks that Jim gave, we have a CD called Understanding the Inner Pathway. It's one of the main CDs we give out in our introductory packets. If you haven't listened to it for a while, I'd say treat yourself. Give yourself the gift of listening to that talk again, whether you download it as a CD off the website or whatever. If you have the CD, I don't know. I just do it off the website nowadays. Oh, I actually have the CD. I downloaded it on my iPhone. But Understanding the Inner Pathway. It's actually like it's a 2 CD set that's under one, but it's just a long talk that Jim gives. But in that, he shares a lot, not only a lot of practical things in life in that talk, but gives wonderful explanation or description, somewhat along the lines of sharing about the spiraling action of the soul's journey out of the realms of spirit and into this creation and then back up. And I remember we called it Understanding the Inner Pathway, but I remember naming it, we almost called it evolution versus involution, because Jim shares about that spiraling as the soul comes out of the soul realm here and spirals down is what we call evolution. And that ever-evolving process, like humanity on this, that evolving process is where we're always out at the end of the branches, ever out here learning, looking out, looking out. What are we saying here? Go back into the trunk, in and up, no matter which level you're going in and up. And that's what we would call involution. So we have evolution, where we're going down and out and ever on the outskirts of the spiral, the outer edges of the tree of evolution. But whenever we come into the trunk and come up is what we call involution. But as we come in, we actually come in on the inner spiral, where now we're spiraling up. But then when we really focus even deeper in, we now even come out of the inner spiral and come back into that center path of light and sound. That is the tree trunk that now takes us to the star and liberates us. Because even on the inner spiral up, it's still spiraling. So eventually we come to the straight and narrow till we awaken fully and are liberated. So that's one of my favorite talks. You share that in several talks, but that's just one of my favorite that I've been listening to a bit lately, because it represents to me a lot of like the whole Christmas tree that I saw. So. Wow, that might be it for me. I'm trying to look right now to see if there's anything else that was there for me to share. I guess that's it for now.
Okay.
Your turn.
Very good.
So maybe I should say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Well, for me, it's been quite an interesting year. And it's all been pretty much on the internal rather than the external. And I think that's true for most of us. We haven't really been able to participate very much in the outer. Not if we've been really concerned about the virus and all of this. We've really pretty maintained a simpler life, a life closer to ourselves. And that, I think, is very symbolic of this pathway and what we're doing. The world is changing. The consciousness on the planet is changing. And it's for us to begin to realize just how we are changing in ourselves. Because we are. Every day there's a change. Every day there's an awakening. Every day there's a possibility of us waking up to the fullness of our own soul if we're really walking this pathway and doing the inner work. And it's funny because I say the inner work, and some people understand what I'm saying, and other people rebel against the word work because they do so much work in the world, they don't want to have to work inside. But it really is something that we have to do ourselves, our work, our chores, or whatever you would call it. It is really and truly spending time in meditation with God every day. It is truly sitting down and spending some time with us, writing in our journals, writing about what we're concerned about, what we're thinking about, what we would like to see different, what we haven't learned and would like to learn, what it is we have learned. I mean, just so much could be gleaned and put down on paper for us to reference to. It's really a great reference point to remind us of who we really are and all these different components of the self and how important it really is to pay attention to all of these parts. And so meditation isn't really work, but yet it feels like work at first when we start it because it's a have to, it's a disciplining. And journaling is somewhat the same. But once we begin to journal, it really does become a very healthy habit, if you will, because it's a way of opening up and sharing and releasing and letting go of the past and letting go of things that we've been holding on to for a long time and picking up the new understandings that are coming into our life. Because oftentimes, for me anyway, ideas, awarenesses will come and begin to move on. And if I don't grab a hold of them and maintain that awareness to write it down, I lose it quite often. So it's good to always write these things down. And when I was a child and in my teens, I would have many, many dreams during the night. Not just one, but I mean tens and 20s of dreams. And I would wake up and I'd think, oh, I've got to remember that. And then I'd go back to sleep. And then when I woke up in the morning, I'd remember some of the more recent dreams, but those other ones earlier in the night all faded away because I just didn't have means by which to remember all of that, apparently, in my conscious mind. So one thing I learned very quickly, talking about journaling in a sense, is that I would wake up in the night and I'd have a pad nearby and I would just write down a few words that related to the event that I just had in my dreams. I wouldn't write the whole dream down. I would write down just a few words. And I started doing this because I got tired of waking up and trying to write all the dream down and then try to go back to sleep and then wake up and write the next part of the dreams down. So by writing these reference words, it would bring the dream back to me. And it worked. It worked really well. So that way I could remember a lot more of my sleep state, my dreams, and glean a lot of more of the information, the wisdom, and the understanding of things from my dream state. So you might want to even try that because that can help. It's learning how to stay conscious and focused and follow through in that moment to be able to bring forward all the insights from your dreams, from your meditations, from just awarenesses that you have during the day. So in all this, I realized recently that there was something that I used to do regularly, and I've done periodically over the years, but I'm going to do it again this year for sure. And that is, I'm going to write down in my journal all the things that I have seen and heard and learned from in this year, and begin to gather together all the insight, all the awareness, all the experiences, all the disturbances, all the things that I didn't understand, all the things that I didn't complete, whatever. I'm just going to bring it all together and be able to look at it and release a lot of what is there. Because a lot of times we hold on to things that we don't really need to hold on to, whether it be judgments on ourselves, beliefs about ourselves, grudges with other people, anger, whatever. We need to let go of all that energy and let it be. That was a part of this day, this week, this month, this year. Just go and collect all that together and do forgiveness with it, do loving with it, do acceptance with it. And if there's something there that you really need to handle it. Maybe it is go and talk to somebody and do forgiveness with them verbally, in person, or on the phone, or in an email, or whatever it might be. And so I look at all this as an opportunity at the end of the year to step forward into the new year, new and refreshed and ready to go forward. And this is important for me, not for you necessarily. It's up to you to decide what is important for you, what works for you, what tools that you hear us share are tools that mean something to you and that you want to put into action. We share a lot of different things, and I know it's not easy to go out and do all the different things that get shared. But pick up those things that hold your interest, that pull you into it, and give it a try and see what might happen. So with the closure of a year, and this has been a crazy year, it's been a fast year, it's been a very slow year, it's been all these things, because it's been a very different year, at least for many of us. Maybe for a few it hasn't, but for many of us it really has. And in all that, I really have learned a great deal about myself. And I have re-inventoried myself many times over this year and really put things back in perspective and back in alignment with what's really important to me. And I've let go of a few things that I thought was important to me that I was doing in my daily life that really they weren't important. They weren't really even serving me in a way that I would like them to serve me. So I've let go of them. And it's simplified my life. And I like simplicity. I don't know if you like simplicity. You might like things real complex and all these things on top of you and makes you feel important. That's great. But I don't need all that energy. I just need the simplicity so that I can maintain my focus on God, maintain my focus on spirit, maintain my focus on the inner, and not get so caught up on the outer. The outer is so attractive and appealing and energetic and wanting of us to be a part of it. And yet, for me, when I get caught up in the outer, I find it to be rather uncomfortable and disturbing and distracting to what I really want, which is just that inner quality of peace and loving and joy, understanding, clarity, and union. Union with my soul, union with my loving, union with God. And so I realized this year, more than a lot of other years recently, just how much I wanted to let go of certain things in the world that I was dragging around as habits, as patterns, as beliefs that I had to do these things. And in doing that, my life is simplified, and my purpose and my focus has become clear. My focus and purpose started out when I was 5 years old. And God laid it out before me very, very clearly that I was here to be of service. And that service was to God. And that service is to God. Now, that service and understanding that has expanded over the years. But I realized right then and there at the age of 5 that I was here to be of service to God. And then it was for me to go out and find just how to do that and what that means and what that looks like and how do I use this body to do that service. And I've tried many different things, many different ways, many different structures to find what that really meant. That when God said, go and be of service, and be of service to me. Well, the one thing I found at the age of 7 was that God dwells in all of us. God doesn't dwell in a building or on the top of a mountain or in the clouds or anywhere else but inside each of us. We are the temple of God. We are the dwelling place of the holy. And at the age of 7, when I realized that, I realized that each of us carry a divine spark of God within. And I began to ponder and dwell upon the thoughts about, is that the God that I am to serve? When God said, serve me, be of service to me, I wasn't quite sure how that was to be. But at the age of 7, I began to realize that I was to serve the God in each of us. I wasn't to serve the body of each of us. I was here to serve the God in each of us. And the divine spark that we are in this physical creation, everyone's divine spark, has gotten trapped in this creation because the mind has trapped it. When we came down into this world, we could not have experience here because we are of spirit. Our divine spark, that part of that is God in us and us in God, is spirit, and it can experience in a spiritual way and with spirit. But in the physical, it really can't have experience here because it is not a component of the physical. So we had to take on things of the physical, that divine spark, took on the mind, the emotion, the imagination, the physical body, and the unconscious. And the mind became the instrument by which we became aware and awake in the physical creations. And it is through the mind that we have gone into the creation to experience here. And that's all well and good. But in that, the mind began to wrap around us in such a way, that divine spark, as to hold its focus down and out into its own creation. Not so much serving the soul, but entrapping it. And I realized at a very early age that somehow I was here to help that divine spark that is trapped in the mind to get free of this world, to get free of these entrapments, and maybe stay here, but get free of it. And what I understood at the time, at the age of 7, was that it was to have that divine spark wake up and know itself for what it truly is again. And I saw very early on, at the age of 9, 10, 11 years old, that when the divine spark begins to realize that entrapment that it is caught up in the mind and in the world and all the attachments that we have in the world. And oh my goodness, we have so many attachments to the world, more than you might recognize. That once we can release all of that and the energy comes back inside and up to the seat of the soul, all of a sudden, when the soul has done that to a degree, maybe not 100%, but to a degree, like 55 or 60%, the soul all of a sudden realizes it's getting free, and it wants to look up because it's remembering that it is not a part of this world. And it's remembering where it is a part of, which is in God, in spirit. Excuse me. And so that's what I'm here to do, is to help you remember what you have forgotten. We in the world, we souls down here caught up in the mind, we have forgotten where we came from, who we are, and where we're going. Ultimately, we are going to return back to the source from which we came. We are going to return back to God. And all this material world will return unto itself. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust, but your soul remains that light of the eternal, and it will return back to its source, to that great light from which it came. So I'm here to serve that great light inside of you, that divine spark that is God, and to help it to begin to remember what it is, who it is, why it is, and where it came from, and how to get back from which it came. And that's what Brian and I are here to do. We are here to help you to remember that which maybe you have forgotten. And from there, to find that way for yourself on how to get into that union of oneness and fulfillment and completion. We started this journey so long ago. So long ago. And it's time now for us to maybe start moving in a different direction, to move towards the completion of this journey. And this journey has been a long one. You would be shocked, and you will be surprised when you really see the layout of this journey that you have been on. And in these realms of time and space, it looks like a gigantic, long journey, almost forever. But it's not. It's a very short journey that we have been on. But you won't realize that until you get right back into the heart of God again. Where you came from, which is in the heart of God, so shall you return. And when you get there, you're going to realize that this life of the soul that you have been on, this one life that has had so many different components to it, so many different experiences of it, that one life happened like that. It was so quick. And yet down here in the timeline, where all these components are broken up and we have to live in separation and in all these different parts of a self experiencing, it seems like forever. It's like, oh my God, another lifetime? Oh my God, you're kidding me. Another lifetime? Are you kidding me? Come on. But when you're in the heart of God and you look down at this, it is like, wow, that was so quick and so easy. I can't believe it. And believe me, I know that there will be a day when you do experience it in that way. You'll see how hard all this stuff is down here was really easy. And it was all a part of a lesson to be learned. And the great thing I know is God is ever calling us home. Ever calling us home. And all we have to do is listen and hear and follow that call. And that's what the sound current is about. That's what the light is about. Look to the light. Follow that great light. That blue, that purple, that white and gold light. Because that is what's going to lift you beyond all of this and back into the oneness, back into the place that is truly your home. I hear often people say to me how they, as a child, remember feeling abandoned by God, being left here, not understanding why God put me here, why God put me in this place, in this situation, and just begging God to get them back home, get them back to God again. Because they know that they, at an early age, you can remember it very easily, that you are one in God. You are a part of God. You are spirit. You are not this body. This body is not who you are. But because the way the mind works and the way the system works to activate the mind and involve us in the mind and entrap us in the mind once again, we forget. We remember at the age of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. But somewhere in that area between 7 and 10, we begin to move into forgetfulness because we get involved in the world. And that's a good thing, because we come here to have experience. If we're going to be here, we have to have experience and learn the lessons that are here for us to learn in this lifetime. We didn't bring all the lessons with us into this lifetime. We brought a few. And if we learn those, then we move up a little bit, and then we come back and have other lessons to learn. And believe me, there's always lessons to be learned. You could have all the lessons that God has ever laid out for you to learn completed and learned. But if you haven't looked inside and found that inner pathway to get home, if you haven't heard the inner call of God calling your name and calling you home, if you haven't witnessed that purple and that blue and that gold and that white light coming before you, trying to move you forward on its pathway, then you're going to come back into this body again. And so you look and you go, well, wait, my list is complete. I don't have anything to do here. And Spirit will tell you, well, there's a few components in this lesson you didn't really learn. And there's some over here that you didn't learn. So let's go back and learn those parts of the lesson. And here we come, back in the world and learning the lessons. And then the other component of that is our attachments. We get attached to things in this world, people in this world, situations in this world, expectations in this world. We have expectations about how my life should have looked, what I really wanted and didn't get, and how do I get it. We have attachments to things, to our pets, to our houses, to our family, to our husband, to our wife, to our parents, to our siblings, to our friends, to our career, to our money. We have so many attachments, it's amazing. And all those attachments are things that we've attached ourselves to in this creation. And if we don't let go of them, they can draw us back. They can be incomplete lessons that we need to learn from. And when we talk about detachment, a lot of people don't understand what that means or how to do that. I'll tell you, the easiest way to detach from something is do your meditation. Go inside, hold your focus at the seat of the soul, and then let your soul begin to rise up, up, into the higher realms, into that place that the soul really calls home. Let that journey begin and continue. And the higher you go, the more you're going to find just automatically the world dropping away. All those attachments, all those wants, all those needs, all those expectations will just drop away. And if you do the inner work well, by holding your focus on God first and God only, you're going to find it's easy to let go of those things. And it doesn't mean you're going to be cold and indifferent to people and situations and careers and whatever, but it's going to be that you're going to approach them differently. Because now they're not the end all. They're not everything in your life. They are just a part of this life and something for you to do, to fulfill, to complete, to honor, to hold dear, but not to make it in everything in your life. This world is not eternal. This world is very finite, and most all of us have had that experience. We've lost our pets. We've lost our friends. We've lost our family members. And yet we struggle to hold on to them for a while. Why? Why did this have to happen? I needed them in my life. I wanted them in my life. And yet they do go away. We have to find a way to be caring and loving, but not so attached to things that they are more important than us. When we meditate, we focus on that which is the most important thing, which is our soul. Not our emotions, not our needs in the world, but our soul. And the more we hold to that in one-pointed focus and ever keeping God first and God here first, we will rise up and find that we just begin to let go of these things. We don't make them so important. We still participate, and we share with them, and we care about them, but they are not the end all. If they die, are we going to die? Well, for a lot of people, when someone dies in their life, it feels like they themselves have died because they've made that person so important. But if you live in this action of rising up above it all and letting the things fall back into place where they belong in this creation, and you move on, you will be able to handle these things in a very different way. When a pet dies, when an animal dies, when a job ends, whatever, you're going to be able to just continue moving forward, giving thanks for all that experience, sending loving to all that was, but moving on and not looking back, trying to hold on to something that is not going to happen anymore. So at the end of this year, with the beginning of a new year coming, do look and see what are those things that you might be holding on to that you could begin to release, to let go of, to not make so important that they stand between you and God. Because that's what it's all about. What stands between you and God? God first and God only, because God is the only thing that exists. All this other is a great illusion that we have fallen into belief and in love with, or in hate with. but it's not infinite. It is finite. And in truth, it's an illusion. But how do I ever convince you that this is an illusion? That this is an illusion? The only way that you're going to come to understand that is to meditate and rise above all of this. And then when you look to see, you'll know, oh my God, it is an illusion. And you'll laugh. You'll laugh at how much you have put into this, how much value, how much importance, when all it is an illusion. It's not even real. So journal, look and see what has happened this year. What have you learned? What have you not learned? What have you done differently? What have you done the same old thing? And in all that evaluation, see what it is you want to do with it. Love it all, let go of it all, move forward one step and see if anything comes forward. Or does it all stay back there because it's done? That's what I have found. In the past, I've drugged things around. I've held on to things. I had a job when I was in my early 20s where I was making very good money for the day. And I was becoming a manager of a store and beginning to learn a lot more about business. And I enjoyed that. And I was making good money. And then the Holy Spirit came in one day and said, well, Jim, it's time to leave here. You're done with this. Whatever the karmas is that you had with these people are done. And it's now time to leave here and move on to what's next. And I looked to the Holy Spirit and I said, are you kidding me? I'm making such good money at my age. I don't know that I can make this kind of money anywhere else. Why would I leave it? And the Holy Spirit reminded me one more time, because this is complete. You're done. It's time to move on. Well, guess what? I didn't do it. I held on to the job. I held on to the situation. I was so attached to it, that's attachment, that I wasn't going to let it change if I could help it. 2 years later, I was called into the office of the son of the owner, and he fired me. And the moment he fired me, all this memory of what the Holy Spirit had told me 2 years earlier about you're done, move on, it's time to move on, came forward, and I looked at it and I went, oh my God, I did not just not do that, but I forgot that. And it all came present, and I looked at him, the son of the owner, and I said, thank you very much for firing me. And he looked at me like I was crazy. And I'm sure I was in his eyes. He said, see, that's it. That's why we're firing you. You're just so weird. You're so crazy. Just get up and get out. And so I got up and got out. I got in my car, I drove away, and I never looked back. Because that was done. And I knew it was done 2 years earlier, but I got attached and I stuck it out. Don't do that to yourself. When you know something is complete, let it be complete and move on. I've often talked about God taps us on the shoulder, whispers in our ear, and then hits us over the head with a 2x4. Well, 2 years earlier to that event of getting fired, God tapped me on the shoulder and whispered in my ear and told me what I needed to be doing now. Let's move on. Let's go to the next phase of your life. But I didn't do it, so the 2x4 came, getting fired. Fortunately, I took it very well because I remembered the tap on the shoulder and the whisper in my ear. And it was like, oh, okay, God, I get it now. I have to do this. Thank you. And I think I was really thanking God more than I was thanking the son of the owner. But I did thank him as well. So out of all that I've just said, see if there's something that you can do with that, any of what I've just said, in your life right now, the end of this year, the beginning of the next. And don't drag with you all these things from your past and from the past of this year with you into the new. Step into the new as best you can, new, renewed, ready for the freshness of the year. And see what's there for you now. And don't just drag more stuff from the past that really are done. Really you've completed, but you're just dragging all your baggage around. Do your meditation. Rise above all of this. And many of you know of this already. You've experienced it. But I'm saying it for everyone once again to remember what this pathway is about. And in rising above it all these things are not really important, are going to drop away. And you can just go higher because of that. And that's what you want to do, is to go higher, back into God. Let the God in you return back from which it came, just as you're letting all that life force of your soul that has been anchored into the world and anchored into this creation to come back to you now. Love, accept, and forgive, and let it come back. And then bring it up to the soul that it is. And in union, oneness is that soul, it can begin the next part of the journey. It can't begin the journey until it detaches from this creation to some extent. And then the journey really begins to happen quickly. Listen to the talks, do the meditations, reread the 3 books. If you haven't read them before, read them. Listen to the classes online. We've got so much available to remind you, to help you, to assist you, to take you through these levels and these steps and these actions to liberating the soul. I'm doing what I set out to do at the age of 5, which is to serve God. I'm serving the God of all, and I am serving the God in you as best I can. Now it's time for you to serve the God of all and the God in you. Okay. Well, that's it. So I know we'll be bringing this to a close for this part of the day, and we'll come back and begin to do question and answers in about 35, 40 minutes. So what do we want to do, about 4:05 again?
Oh, yeah. Say around 4 o'clock.
Okay.
4:05. Is that good?
Yeah, come back at 4, and if we're a little quiet getting set up still, then just be patient. We'll be right with you. And
Yeah.
I just want to say Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Good New Year to you, and just so much loving and so much gratitude. And have fun and enjoy the best you can. And do also stay safe in all that you do. Right now, it's important for that.
Amen. Stay safe and stay spiritual.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and shut down for now. We'll have the Hugh going and info@island.org if you have a question to write in. And we'll see you back here in about 35 minutes or so. And we'll continue on with the Q&A. Have a good break.
All right.
Okay.
Hold on, I gotta press record now. Like multitasking, all these things. Okay, you can start talking now.
Okay. You have to talk.
We have permission to talk now. Everything's set up and recording, and we're ready to go.
The kitty cat settled in.
Yeah. So we're entering into the question and answer and sharings. We'd like to hear your sharings too, if you have something on a spiritual nature that you'd like to share. And just remember to send your questions to info@ilm.org, and Kelsey will be glad to read them. I'm sure there's quite a few there, so we'll just take them one by one as they've come in. We have no favorites.
You sure about that? Our favorites are the really more spiritually focused ones.
Like you know who that is, huh?
I didn't say who, I said what.
Oh. No, our favorites.
Oh, you were referring to people or souls. Which?
Souls, of course.
Okay.
But really, they're all in the heart of God right now, so what are we doing this for?
I guess we're done. See you guys next year. Does that mean none of it matters?
It matters, because they get out of here quicker than they would otherwise.
So if you are ready to dematerialize and not matter,
Get out of what seems like eternity and get back to eternity.
that's right. Send in your questions. Or just go meditate. But don't question your meditation. And don't meditate on questions.
That's true.
You actually just said very funny? Thank you.
I actually just said very
I
funny.
know, you
I
rarely
didn't-
say that.
I didn't
You
think
rarely.
you heard me. Well, you have bionic hearing.
Kelsey rarely laughs at my jokes, so
That is so not true.
so just so you all know, tech team is just doing our final checks and balances to make sure everything's good. And we'll be ready in a moment to take questions.
Okay. Just as somebody emailed, so I just want to make something clear with the announcements earlier. We are doing the laugh class next Sunday. We were referring to the classes in January.
Right.
So laugh class next Sunday, for anybody that would like to join, is on. We're doing it.
Cool.
January, we're clearing the calendar of all classes
For that
Fantastic.
month.
for that month in January for Jim, Brian, and Kelsey.
And here's the easy way to know, so it answers for everybody. We will always send out an email letting you know what's going on. Always. You will get a email from Kelsey probably Monday or Tuesday about the laugh class she's talking about next Sunday. And we will send out a separate email canceling the classes for January like we did in announcements. We will always send out plenty of announcements. So just make sure you read your emails. That's really the biggest one, is not enough people read their emails. The key with us, because we don't send out a lot, but we do send out what is needed to correspond with what we're doing as far as events for globally as well as each area and community. So please, just really, the best thing is to make sure you open and look at and read the emails. Read them. I know some emails are a little wordy, but we put all the words in there because most of the words actually have all the information to give you the clarity that does answer the questions. Otherwise, we wouldn't need all those words. Really, that's the easiest thing. So. Okay.
They're saying your level's quiet, so I'm going to turn you up one.
Just mine or both?
Just you. Jim and I
Okay.
are level.
How about that? I'm on the quiet side. That's unusual.
That is.
Well, here, does this work if I adjust my microphone a little bit?
Yeah, that's probably better. Okay. Then I'll leave it.
I just got it closer to my mouth. Oh, I definitely hear it here.
Okay.
Now you can really hear all my clearing my throat and sniffling and all that good stuff. It's just clearing all that karma. What am I? Look at that. I just made karma seem like it was mucusy and negative. It's what everybody does. Karma's not bad. There's good karma and bad karma.
And even bad karma is good karma.
Yeah.
Okay,
For
we
real.
have questions coming in. Should we get started?
Sure.
Okay. Coming in. Coming
First
in.
question. Can we mute Brian? Oh, you
want-
laughed. You
do
thought that was funny?
I think you're just not paying attention.
My self-deprecating things, that gets a laugh.
No, she laughed because you were reading her mind.
No. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah, wow, look at how nice Jim is. Jim's into rude awakenings. And Kate's just back there laughing. We have an audience of 2 over here, so we take whatever we can get. We're used to a room of at least 20, so 2. And the cat. We have Kitty Cat and Kitty Kate.
Kitty Kate. Okay, so we have a sharing and a couple of questions from this particular individual, from this particular soul.
And I just want to make sure that the sharing really is spiritually focused and not a run-on about somebody's physical life and all the things they're doing in the world. If it is, I'm going to ask that we don't go into those.
Okay, so I will try to weed it out because I don't get to read this ahead of time, but stop me if it starts to go in that
Okay.
direction, please.
Well, now some people write in, this is what's going on in my life. I just broke up, have a new boyfriend, a new job, blah, blah, blah. That's the type of stuff that we're not here to do. That's everybody's personal life. We're here to really talk about the spiritual journey. Those we love hearing experience. And if people share about their personal life physically, I want it to be as a representation of what they are doing spiritually. That I don't mind hearing if it's about the physical. It's just not, if it's just details about the physical, that's really what we ask people not to write in. But we'll figure it out. We'll use it as a good example to help clarify if we need to. Okay?
There might be
that
one
way,
in here.
yeah, no, that way you don't have to try to figure it out, Kelsey.
Thank you.
Because I know it's a lot to keep track of all the technology and stay focused on the questions and kind of going with it
Well,
all.
thank you for sharing that, though, so people can take responsibility and really
Yeah.
do that to
No,
help all of us here.
And
That's
whoever
helpful.
writes these emails, just so you know, don't feel bad about it. We know we really have a responsibility to help bring clarity and understanding of what we really mean when we say keep a spiritual focus. So I'm going to make a little more effort at that. If we have one, that's a good example to do that with.
Okay, sounds good. I recently shared with Brian my latest and greatest addiction. It is listening to Jim and Brian's talks before I go to sleep at night.
I think a lot of people have that addiction. I do mine in the morning, though.
I do too. Last night, I listened to Jim's story from March 20, 2016, talk, Answer the Call. Jim, you cried for a moment and shared, you live for us to know God, to know the truth of who we are, and to not to live in limitation and separation, and that we don't ever know we're living this way most of the time. Jim, when you express these emotions in your talks, are we hurting you? Are your tears for all the karmas you assist us with? Who comforts you when this occurs? Hearing you cry made
Actually, God does, but I try to help.
It's almost done. Hearing you cry made me cry. I wanted to hold you, but it is you that is holding us. Thank you, and I love you for all you share with us to understand this process and journey here. Love to you too, Brian and Kelsey.
Thank you. Nice question.
That is a good question. When I cry, when I'm talking, it's because the loving is just so strong and it overwhelms me. I don't know how to take it all in and be focused on sharing and everything too. So it's not that I'm hurting. It's not that I'm in agony. It's not.
He was just doing that on the break too, by the way, a little bit, because he was having so much love.
Yeah.
Jim and I walked down to our house on the break, just to literally take a little break and let Kelsey and Kate have space here and take care of Mama. And he literally started getting teary-eyed, saying, "Oh my God, I'm still experiencing so much love."
Yeah.
He literally started getting teary-eyed, and then he couldn't talk for a moment. So
So just be aware that if you see me crying, it's only because God's loving is just flooding me. And I'm so grateful for it. I want it as much as I can get. But when I'm trying to be out here focused and sharing, and that comes in, it just overwhelms me and I do cry. And it's part of the longing. I just have such a longing to be back in oneness with God fully. And that loving makes me want it even more. So it's both the loving and the longing that I sense, and that's what I'm crying about. I'm not crying for you or with you.
And it's not the pain of your karma. It's not the pain of the karmas being cleared in
No.
those instances. So just know that. We cry the pain of the karmas usually in private. Truth be told. The crying you see us do here, that's, I would have to say, probably 100% truly when just the fullness of God's loving is pouring through.
Yeah.
For sure. That's why I call him a crybaby.
That was a good question.
And for those of you who haven't heard in a while, I spell crybaby as in short for Christ baby, crybaby. And I'll say that because literally it's really good to know, because it's easy to confuse tears of longing and tears of pain. Because often the tears of longing, which is really the joy of being in God's loving, it can be interpreted as a sadness or a pain, but it's really just a relief or a release, so that we can really now more fully accept that loving that our longing is literally pulling us forward into. Every time I've literally seen God directly and experienced the loving so fully, even in spirit out of body, I end up crying. So whether it's that presence here while we're in the body or literally out of body, it doesn't matter what level. Every time I've literally been with God in all that fullness of loving, I just end up crying. But it truly is tears of joy and gratitude, for real. So good question, though, because it's easy to, most people associate tears with pain and suffering and sadness.
Yeah.
It's really not in this case. Those are the happy tears, for sure, to say when spirit comes present to that degree.
That's right.
Thank you. That was a nice question.
Okay, next question. Do we have some control to choose how long of a passive meditation we do versus an active meditation? While in meditation, and we can go back and forth from giving to receiving and receiving to giving, my own definition from my experience in my meditation is passive being semi-unconscious, and so relaxing from my body and soul, and active being not enjoyable and tiring, as very awake and dealing with my experience non-stop or doing the sacred names. Seems like in my case, if I have a choice, I would always go for passive meditation, as I feel very relaxed and less anxious, and the semi-conscious state is a very healthy state for my A-type personality. I often wonder if Jim and Brian are more often in a passive meditation themselves, where they receive more than they give in meditation.
No.
So they can replenish.
It's a nice balance. I'd literally call it 50-50 or 100-100, but keep going.
It's almost done. After reading the pages 85 and 86 from the Knowing of God that Kelsey pointed out, I am still confused and wondering if every meditation starts with active first, since I have so much karma to deal with, and then hopefully end up being passive during some of the 2.5-hour session, but eventually all of my meditations become passive longer and longer, question mark.
Good questions. Yeah.
Active does not mean what it is you're saying. Active, the way we are talking about it, active meditation is focused. You're holding a focus on something that you're moving toward, which is God, which is loving, which is whatever it might be. And that is the way you move into the oneness, is active meditation. It's pursuing, it's moving towards, it's focusing on and holding your attention to so you can get there. That's active meditation. And so when you're chanting the names, you're actively pursuing God. You're actively opening to God. You're actively letting God in and letting yourself move into God. That's active meditation. This is not a passive meditation at all. Even when you get to that place where it's quiet and still, and you will, in the sound current, we want you to hear the sound, see the light, and follow the sound and follow the light to return back into God. And in that, you're going to witness a lot of things, but they're active, they're not passive. And even when you're meditating and you're chanting the name of God and then everything gets quiet, and we want you to be in the quiet then, and listen for the sound and look to the light and just be in that quiet stillness. That's not passive. You're still in an active meditation because you're paying attention. You're paying attention to the sound. You're paying attention to the light. You're paying attention to what might come forward in that stillness, in that quiet. So it's still active meditation. Passive meditation is when you just try to blank the mind as best you can and then let things come to you however they're going to come into you. And that's really more psychic development, not spiritual awakening. So we're not doing passive meditation at all. Even though you call it passive, you're still in an active meditation, but now you're in the stillness. Now you're in the quiet. And chanting the names are to bring you to that quiet, to bring you to that stillness, so that you can experience the expansiveness of spirit, the comfort of spirit, the silence of spirit, and the loving in spirit that is there for you. And then if you lose sight of that quiet and your mind starts kicking in and off, you go on a dream, fantasy, whatever, you just start chanting the names again. That's part of the active meditation, chanting the names again to bring you back into the focus, back into that one-pointedness, to the stillness once again, and then you become quiet again. Do you have anything to add, or?
Yeah, just wait until you're done.
No, go ahead then.
That's, to me, what I call the secret of it, is the way you notice even when we talk about the meditation, we talk about giving and receiving, and we talk about sharing your love with God and receiving God's love. And even in the guided meditation, I say, be receptive. We don't say be passive. We say be receptive. You have to hold that attention actively, is what Jim is saying. And that takes attention, that takes focus, and that's what we're calling that as active or taking action. So even what you're maybe defining by passive really is an active state of being receptive. Passive would be where you let go of that attention. Then it would be passive. But just holding that attention is an action in itself. And holding that attention specifically towards God, that creates a channel by which we can give and share our loving with God and the sacred name and sharing, and be active to receive God's loving. It's like opening a door or in a certain direction that we have a choice where the door is open. Are we going to open it to spirit, so it's an easy channel, or are we going to open it to the mind? Notice I go horizontal to the mind, where it's now thoughts coming and going, to the emotions coming and going, the imagination coming and going in the body. So it's really just where we're focusing and opening that door to. And in this level of consciousness, it does take a certain level of tension, which is why we call it attention. That attention is the activeness or action in doing this, whether you're being passive or receptive. Notice I said passive or receptive. That's really the key word, is look at that as what you consider passive and what you consider receptive. Hopefully it's clear what we're saying now, the difference between the two. That's why you rarely ever hear us use the word passive, but usually receptive. And that's really the key. And as far as what I made the comment earlier, 50-50, the receptive part is where it's like breathing in and out. It's got to be in balance. Same thing here with God. There's a balance. Now that balance is not necessarily one breath out, one breath in, even though it is. It's just the breath with God is not like the physical breath. It can go on and on and on and on and on and on for periods of time. What I've done in meditation is I will usually start out as an active pursuit of chanting the name to create the focus, to open the door, to move my consciousness and attention towards God and share my loving. And once I do, just like Jim's saying, once you build and get to that place, you'll know, because when you do, there's a stillness, there's a peace. And when I hit that place, that's when I become more receptive and just keep my focus, and I let the chanting go, or I'll just do the hue really quietly as I just watch the inner light, listen for the sound, experience the peace and the loving, just moving. And so I stay attentive to that. And that's, to me, the in-breath, or where we're receiving God's loving. And then as soon as my attention gets distracted and I start thinking about something, because that's often the case, then I just start chanting again to bring my attention back. Or even when I don't chant, I just return my focus to that in and up, because I know that point now after doing this so much, when I have that right focus, it just locks in. And when it locks in and the door's open, there's that movement of spirit, whether I chant or not. It's just there. But again, that's the attention or the activeness and holding that focus specifically with God. And then I just be with that. Every time I lose my attention on that, then at some point I bring it back, whether it's right away or if it's 30 minutes later in my meditation. Sometimes I'll go on a trip down with all my thoughts or fantasies or whatever's going on, and then at some point I go, okay, that's enough, and then I'll just come back and focus. And in the beginning we may not understand it, but that's why we say meditate every day, and over time you'll start to become more and more aware of the subtleties. And that's actually really nice. I appreciate all the detail in the way this person's describing this. That says to me that you obviously have a greater awareness of what you're doing, which is fantastic. And that's what comes with the repetition of doing this meditation. So hopefully what we're sharing today might be just that next subtle thing that can open a door for you to realize, because most people actually are doing the meditation in a way that works and they don't realize it. Because it's so subtle on those levels that sometimes we don't realize when our focus slips into the mind and when it's not in the mind. And to me, the easiest way to me that I always know is one, when I lock in there, right away, I feel it. I'm a feeler. I feel it, literally that focus. I feel the peace move through me, and I always see the purple light, always. They're together. Purple light, peace. Purple light, peace. And I don't have a bunch of thoughts. When the purple light's not there, I don't feel the peace, and vice versa. And I notice my mind is thinking on things. Very simple, very easy. When I'm focused here, I'm not having thoughts. I'm just being in that stillness and peacefulness. And in that, I'm either chanting and just being and loving with God, even without words, just with my intention, as well as just being in that attention to be present with God, to fill me and to love me in that place of receptivity. And I just do that as much and as long as I can throughout the whole period of meditation, no matter how long that meditation is.
So, in truth, you're really doing active meditation even when it feels passive. Really, you're just moving into that stillness that we want you to get to, because it's in the stillness that you begin to find the greater truth of spirit and of loving in God. So, all of it is active. Passive meditation is something totally different, and its focus is totally different than what you're sharing and what you're doing in your practice. So thank you again. That was very, very good.
And that's up to you to know the difference of what you're actually doing in yourself. More than likely, the way you described passive probably is being receptive. But if not, just pay attention. Hopefully what we shared clarifies that.
Skinning your knees on God. December's monthly focus. December's monthly focus started with this poem, and I have to say it brings me such great joy each time I read it. Thank you all so much. Merry Christmas, in joy and gratitude.
Well, Merry Christmas.
Meditation experience. I had an experience in my meditation a few days ago where I was at a spiritual retreat. Each time I came out of my personal space to the larger gatherings, I realized I forgot to wear my mask. This happened several times. I wouldn't realize I needed to wear one until I saw masks on other participants. Then, when we would do group exercises in the retreat, I would move close to the people I was working with, even though they were trying to remain socially distant, and I keep more space between themselves and others. I wasn't aware of being irresponsible or uncaring about others. It is more about me letting go of some inner conventions or rules that I have carried. Sorry, let me say that again. Is this more about letting go of some inner conventions or rules that I've carried? Thank you all for your assistance during this amazing year. I'm over the moon looking forward to visiting the new ILM website and to see whatever is unveiled in the new year. Sending loving and aloha to all three of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Very good. Well, I would say that if anything, it's just showing you that there's that sense of responsibility and purpose and caring that is now coming into your daily life on all levels in a way maybe it hasn't before, even carrying it into the inner experience and inner dream. And to me, it's just helping you to begin to see about how boundaries work on all levels, setting our goals, setting our boundaries, staying within our own energy and not getting caught up on others, that type of thing, because a lot of times we are so sympathetic that we tend to start getting caught up in other people's story, and we lose center and sight of our own self. So I think it's really trying to show you that you're gaining a perspective of understanding how that works with yourself as well as with other people. Oh, I'm fine. No, it's not going to bother me. I'm all right. The sun's starting to set, and it's going to shine in my face for a little while, but it won't bother me. All I have to do is move up, actually.
Okay, dear Jim and Brian, thanks so much for this path. It is so meaningful to have this at the core of my life. During the meditation, I found myself getting caught up in thoughts. I was pretty much yelling at myself, "Look up." And I saw the third eye looking down, then looking forward, then looking up. And I felt a lifting at the end of the meditation. Where I really felt spirit move through me was in Brian's sharing about the Christmas tree. I will be spending the first Christmas in 29 years. I have lived in Hawaii, here rather than St. Louis. I wasn't going to put up a tree, but now I will be consciously in the awareness of what it means. It will be the first tree I have put up in decades. What Jim was saying about the journal resonated. This week, I took a student who wanted to do a series of art pieces about dreams to keep a sketchbook by his bed, writing intentions for the dreams and to draw what actually happened. As Jim shared, I thought, I need to listen to my own advice and his. Right before the broadcast, my friend Grace, who went with me to the Laugh workshop, contacted me and said she got a message that the relationship I'm in now is to teach me about healing between myself and my mother. She has oddly been dreaming about the guy I am in a relationship with and me several times this week. It is not lost on me getting a message from Grace. I believe this is correct because the relationship with my mother is the only unhealed one in my life. I realize I judge her for spending her life dating wealthy assholes who were not serious about her. I have spent my life in somewhat of a reaction to this, being self-sufficient even if it meant living in poverty for a large part of my life until recently. So I got into a relationship with someone who is even wealthier and even a bigger asshole than anyone she has ever been with. Every day I ask Spirit, should I break up with him? And every day I get no. He is a novelist and an observer of people. And even he asked yesterday, don't you just think I'm a big asshole and think about breaking up with me? And I told him every day.
So I'm going to let you go ahead and read this. This is an example of what we don't need to hear. This has nothing to do with spirit, these kinds of details. So I just want people to be clear that are hearing this. All of this is just the day-to-day detail in everybody's life that we ask people not to write in and share. What we want is people, now they're hitting upon the inner points. What we want to hear is, what are you learning out of this? What is the inner experience? What is it, questions you have of what the lessons are, how to work with this, how to gain the value out of the relationship. It doesn't do anybody good to say they're a wealthy asshole. That's just saying, okay, I'm aware I place judgments, which the person here did say that. So I'm hearing what we're asking in there, but at the same time now what you're going now is going down a whole road we don't need to hear. I hate to say it, it's a waste of everybody's time, and it's these storylines that we hear that turns a lot of people off from listening to Q&A, which is why I'm trying to clarify now, because there's so much value in Q&A, and people love coming to it because of the value they get, but a lot of people don't because they don't want to hear all the storylines. We all have our problems, and we're not here to dump our problems in here. And I know it doesn't sound like that sometimes, but that's really what's going on. We don't need the dump. We need the clarity and the understanding and a real focus of how to learn our lessons through what we would call a dump or the negativity in our reactions. So go ahead and keep reading the rest of it, but I'm going to interject from now on to bring the clarity that I'm talking about right now. Because actually they were pretty good there with using physical
Yeah.
examples in the inner, but this last part really went off course. So I hope that's clear, because I want people to start hearing and understanding that. And that's where it's nice to have the confidentiality, so that we don't, because all of us will go, oh, who was that and said that? We don't need that. It doesn't matter who says what, because we all have our issues in life. All of us. But we're here to learn from that process of life. And that's why I wanted to interrupt and hopefully start to help clarify these things so that we really keep that focus with what we're doing here in ILM. Not making any of it wrong, because we all go through this, and Lord knows I have my bitching and moaning and complaining about things. But what are we doing with all that? That's really the key of what we want to hold a focus for in here and really work on doing that. So go ahead and read the rest, even if it has the dialogue like where we're at. Hopefully it'll get back on track, and we'll keep
And
working
I'm going
with
to step
it.
aside for a minute. I don't want Kate trying to do all that.
So
the end is, I guess, a difference in the pattern from my mother's relationship is I do advocate for myself in the relationship instead of being passive. Now it looks like he and I will be spending the holidays together. I'm supposed to be here now.
So go ahead, keep moving forward. We don't need to hear all this life story.
It's 2 more
Okay.
sentences. That seems clear. How do I move this situation into greater healing and loving, both with my mother and him? Thank you, Kelsey, for keeping everything together. Much loving.
See, that's a better question right there, and really more to self, because eventually those questions, how do I move into healing with my mother and him and whoever, that's great, but we can't make it about the other person even. Eventually we've got to bring it back to ourselves. So the real question is for all of us, how can I heal that which is inside of me that is in judgment, fear, reaction in my relationships with others? That's really bringing it back home. That's the kind of focus that we're trying to establish here in ILM and what we're doing here. And that's the key. As long as we make it about others, even though it sounds like in there, well, how do I make it about healing? That's still making it about other people, because how do I do healing with so-and-so? Whatever we make anything about the outer, it's always going to be about the outer, and there's never going to be healing. I mean, never. It is not until we can let go of making it about anything to do with anybody or anything else and bring it back to ourselves and inside of ourselves, then it can begin to heal. That's how it works. That's simple. Inner, outer. If you make it anything about the outer, it's going to keep going and going and going until your wound and pain is so great you can't do it anymore, and you will fall down and collapse until now you have to heal. And that's the key. No matter what it takes to get to that place, we'll end up going there. But then when it happens, we've got to now focus on our own healing and not make it about other people. So I'm actually answering the question now, what does it take to heal? This is any relationship. That's how you heal it. You stop making it about other people, other situations, because really all that is you're not getting your way, and you want it your way. So you're in battle, fight or flight, with trying to get it your way. And that's what we're all doing. On this pathway, we have to be willing to give up and surrender and sacrifice all of our own desires, all of our control, all of our expectations, all of our wants and needs. When we can really give those up is when we will really detach and now be free. And in that freedom is where the healing takes place. That's always the key and the only way it truly works. That's why we talk about meditation and LAF. You don't hear us talk about anything else. Meditation and LAF. That is the how. That is the way. And then everything we ever need. Seek first the kingdom of God, and then all else. That's what I'm saying. You do that, we're showing you how to seek the kingdom of heaven. Whether you need healing, whether you need grace, whether you need compassion, whether you need loving, no matter what you need, that'll show up as you really just practiced the meditation and LAF, because that's how you move towards God. That's how it works. That's why it doesn't matter what we talk about in the world. It all comes back to these core things that we share here to answer any of it, to balance any of it, to heal any of it, to liberate ourselves from any of it. Because the beautiful thing is, when you can truly give up, because most people, when hearing what I'm saying, will go, don't I ever get anything I want then? Because that's literally what we'll do. We'll get all upset and throw a little tantrum. I've done that. I'm not scolding anybody here. I'm literally talking about my own experience, just so you know. He agrees. He goes, uh-huh. That's what we all do. That's the little child in all of us that throws the temper tantrum when we don't get what we want. But when we can really let go of what we want, that's truly now the soul being able to get free from the ego that has created the attachments to hold it in bondage. That's what that's about. And the cool thing is, when we really make the effort, and that's the inner work, when Jim talked about work, that's the inner work. Well, I should say that's the byproduct of doing the inner work, because the real inner work is just loving God and letting God love us. And a byproduct is getting free and detached from all those things we want or need, no matter what it is. And then when that happens, the ego finally lets go, the soul can lift up and rise above it all, and then we're fulfilled. And then in that fulfillment spiritually, it will reflect down through the ego. And then life will begin to sort its way out and realign until now our life begins more of an alignment and an expression of living more the soul and the loving of who we are, rather than our ego attachments and wants and desires. Life changes. Our physical life will change because of the inner, how we're doing it differently. That's just how that works. So this is really easy. You see yourself repeating the same patterns, relationship after relationship after relationship. Start to wise up and hear what we say over and over here and have all these years. When you finally are willing to let go and stop making it about the outer, I don't care if it's about relationships with people, parents, money, jobs, anything, and start making it about you and your inner, that's when it'll change. And it'll get better. And easier. Oh my God, it's way easier to live life that way. Way easier. The other way is not easy. That's why I laughed when Jim was saying, well, it's not really work. Loving God and letting God love you is not work at all. The work is not doing that. The work is the struggle we go through with the ego trying to get its way.
That's true.
So, anything to add?
Yeah, I would say this. I learned early on not to make it about the other person, but always to take it back to myself and say, what is the lesson here for me? What can I do to move through this? That's where I came up with my techniques for loving, accepting, and forgiving. And I found that when I worked it inside, it got worked outside very easily. When I tried to work it out here, but I wasn't doing the inner work, it really didn't move much of anything. And I was still stuck in the patterns, in the problem. So work it inside. You work it inside, and everything else just falls into place. And there's very little you have to do. You may find people will leave. You may find people's attitude towards you will change. You may find that they detach from you and really aren't interested in talking with you anymore. And you just go, okay, that's great, because I'm detached too. So just do the inner work with yourself. It's about you. not about them, is how I would put it.
There's the short summary of what I just said,
Yeah.
long-winded.
Yep.
Okay.
That was a great LAF class.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
really.
There you go. Cut it and replay it next
I
Sunday.
was going to say, if you can't make class next weekend, you just got it. Seriously. Go back and listen to that. Good stuff.
And thank you for the questions. I hope whoever wrote this, don't please, I know I said a lot and it could be taken as a scolding. I pray to God nobody took it that way. I actually appreciate the sharing
Yeah.
to help us give understanding and clarity, not only to the person writing this, which hopefully it really helped give clarity, but to everybody. And I mean that. I'm actually very grateful for that. So thank you for writing that in. It's actually very appreciated.
Okay. Hello, Kelsey, Jim, and Brian. I've always loved the holidays, and it was lovely hearing the symbolism of the tree. Each time I thought there was a piece missing in this symbology, you would say something else, Brian, and it would click together even more. I have a question about phrasing. Jim, you said that every morning you invite the Holy Spirit to go before you and clear all distractions and disturbances, so you may stay in the flow of loving. Another time, you added that you also ask yourself to stay focused in the loving, but I can't remember the wording or which talk it was. If you remember, or any of you have advice to help stay loving and present in meditation and throughout that day, that would be helpful. I just listened to the Amazing Grace talk, so I'm singing the name a go, which does help. Thank you all so much for everything you do with loving.
I want to jump in because I know you've got stuff to say on that, because that's a lot of your prayer.
Yeah.
But I just want to jump in first and say right away, it doesn't matter to me what the words are. I like Jim's words because they really are clear and nice, and those are good in the beginning. But eventually it doesn't matter what the words are. For me, it's just my intention and my focus. Because once you learn that intention and focus, that's what's important. Those words, like Jim shares, are meant to line you up so you live the spiritual flow of who you are in alignment with the Holy Spirit. That's what's important. Regardless of the words or the prayer or even the chanting the names, you've got to do it with that one-pointed focus and intention. It is that clarity that does it. And then whatever the words are that help you to line up to do that, that's what you do. And once you're in that alignment, you let go of the words. If you just sit there and repeat that prayer over and over, the words can actually get in the way of the experience, because it's the mind now just trying to do something, hoping and wishing that they're going to be in the flow. So let the words serve, or whatever prayer words you use, to serve you, to help bring you into alignment and to get in the flow. And once you're there, let go of the prayer and go with that flow of grace. That's the key I want to say. And then please share more about your words and all of that.
Well, my words are different all the time. They change a little bit here and there. It just depends upon the moment, my focus, and what the energy is inside of me. So I may have a few key phrases that I say over and over, but oftentimes they're really very different in the way I phrase them, the way I experience them. And so I would say go with what is working for you in the moment. Say what's your truth, what is your wording for it. I put mine out there to help people discover that for themselves. And as you say the words I say, that's fine. And if they work and that's all you need, then that's great. But if not, then begin to discover fully what is your wording on it. How do you want to put it together? Because that can be a big part of your movement forward, is your participation. You participating rather than just mimicking or copying me. Your participation in developing your own language with God and your own actions with God.
And the key is always the sacred name.
Yeah.
Those are really the main words you want to use. Those don't change. Those you always want to use. But just for the sake of it, because I know it has supported people, do you mind repeating to whatever way you can in the moment of say, asking the light?
No, when I often go into meditation, this is how I started early on. And this wording just helps keep me more centered. So I just say, God, I as your living child ask you just now to surround, fill, and guide me as I move into meditation and my daily life, and assist me in going forward in the day to keep you present, keep you focused, keep you in front of me at all cost. Help me to understand who I am in you and you in me. And I just ask that your Holy Spirit go before me, clearing away any and all disturbances and distractions, assisting me in ever keeping my eyes focused upon you and you only. That's pretty much what I say.
I like that. You actually added in more of a preemptive before
Yeah.
the last part. That's
Yeah.
really good. That's really the more of the fullness. I love it.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope that answered their question.
If not, it'll bring up more.
I know. No, that was nice
That's
hearing
fine.
what you said, the beginning part before just the end part there that people are used to hearing.
Yeah.
And I've done that. I've taken the Holy Spirit go before me to clear away all distractions and disturbances, but then I added my piece.
Yeah.
Good.
So I would encourage this person to do that. Like it really, that what you say moves me. I think how it moves a lot of people. But then I did add what my soul's yearning is for.
Right.
And it came alive and created that focus you're talking about,
Awesome.
Brian, where then I could just go into the experience and let go of my wish and just let the Holy Spirit now take me where it wants to take me.
That is
That's
great.
awesome.
That's what I
Thank
want.
you.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Kelsey, I want to thank you for all your caring and compassion loving on all levels. Today, as you were taking us into meditation this morning, I just have to share that the frequency of your voice was carrying stillness and peace almost immediately after you started talking. I couldn't move my body. It went into total stillness. I'm going to keep listening to that one to take me into meditation because it was off the charts. Much loving to all.
That's great. There's real value there because it's nice to hear that because when we really step forward, it doesn't matter if it's me or Jim or Kelsey, when we step forward in service like this to God, then God's Holy Spirit's going to work through each of us to really bring forward that grace and that movement of loving for anybody listening or watching. And it's just up to each person to really move into that meditative state of being receptive, whether your eyes are open or closed. And that's really the key. So this is a wonderful sharing of somebody actually doing that. There's really a lot to be said for that where two or more are gathered, because it's that exchange of giving and receiving. And God just needs the vehicles. So like Kelsey doing the meditation this morning or any time, there's that vehicle then by which God can give and share literally into the physical level. And if you tune into that, then you get the benefit of it. That's a good example on why we like doing the guided meditations for the first part, because just like we were talking the earlier question about active and passive and how we really define active being both receptive as well as like moving towards God,
That's good.
is that by listening to a guided meditation like that is a great way to help us to focus. Sometimes it's even easier than trying to do it ourselves, but rather to listen to somebody guiding a meditation like that, especially when they're doing it from a place of the Holy Spirit working through them. That's why that can be so powerful and effective, and why I encourage and share myself to this day. Most days of the week, I listen to guided meditations in our talks, because just the listening gets me into that place of active receptivity. And in that active receptivity, it fills me up, and then I just move right back as I'm inspired and moved to now share my loving with God. And then in sharing my loving, it creates more space to receive more and to give more, and it just keeps looping and growing, getting bigger and bigger. And it's just whatever works to open the door, whether it's a prayer like Jim used the words to do that, or listening to a guided meditation. Use all of it. Do all of it. I recommend doing all of it. And it works. And so it's nice to hear people share like that they're getting the value, because that's really what's taking place here.
Recently, some of my meditations, I have had experiences where it seems like I'm on several levels simultaneously. I will go to a place of joy or peace, and then I note the mind chatter, my emotions, and my body seemingly all at the same time. Could you clarify with me the meaning of that?
No meaning. It's just awareness. And it's great, because literally waking up spiritually in the oneness with God and the knowing of God, all things are known. So that means in that you can simultaneously and multidimensionally be aware. And that's what this pathway is about, is awareness, awakening, inner knowing. And it's all done through experience. And the only way that happens is literally doing the meditation, moving into the soul that is in that oneness and all-knowing. And from that place, we can literally experience and be aware of the multi-levels of consciousness. And that's really it. It's just a state of awareness. That's a really nice statement. To me, the question, what's the meaning of this? To me, I wouldn't say there's any meaning. It's just a nice description of having that expanded level of awareness. And this is part of what can come with that. It's not going to happen all the time that way. It's just we're going to have many different experiences along the way, and that's one of the things that you'll have.
Yeah, definitely. And it opens up to more and more. That's an experience, but the experience will become more as you go into it. That's good.
And then eventually, that's part of it, because often we'll be aware of all those other things going on. It's showing you that you're rising above the mind, emotions, and the body as well. And that's I would say that's like, it's kind of like the first step of getting detached and free of all of it. And once you're more detached and free of all that, because once you have the awareness and can see it, hear it, know it consciously, in that there's a freedom now where you will make the choice to let go of it in greater ways, so that now the soul can really direct its attention more fully towards God and leave all that behind. And that way it'll continue now where you'll just let that go and now move towards God, where now instead of being multidimensionally aware downwards, you'll be multidimensionally aware upwards. But it often begins by getting detached and letting go of all that is below here, which is the mind, emotions, and body, and all that. So that's a wonderful stage and experience to have, because it's also symbolic of literally getting that freedom by rising above it. And then you'll begin to turn your attention more upwards to really move in greater ways towards spirit. Because we don't want to have that. We don't want you to stay focused on, okay, I'm going to try to now be aware multidimensionally, if all that multidimension is just these levels of consciousness. We want you to be multidimensionally aware of those levels. But it's all step by step. Enjoy every step of it, because it can be quite amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Merry Christmas to everyone there in Austin.
Thank you.
I had a dream a couple weeks ago that I would like maybe perhaps an interpretation if possible. I was with some friends and we were walking around on a really high cliff, and we were watching people drive from the cliff, down into the water below like cliff drivers. And as we rounded the corner on this cliff, I saw several people floating in the air, 2 at a time. It was like a higher being was helping a physical being adjust to being weightless, and it just seemed like a really fun time for them. And then the people that I was with asked me if I'd like to experience floating in the air. So this higher being came and took my hand, and I stepped off and realized that I could float in the air without any effort. That I was able to go up and down like there was no gravity at all. Then they said it's time to go back to the cliff because gravity is going to take place. So he sat me down on the cliff. Then everyone started to jump down into the water, and he asked me if I would like to jump off as well. And I was afraid, and I told him that from this height, you would go deep down into the water, and I was afraid I wouldn't have enough air to reach the surface. And he just said, "Don't worry about it." So I jumped with them. Once I hit the water and realized how deep I had gone, I was struggling to get to the surface to get air, and I realized I wasn't going to make it. So I looked over at him, and he told me, "Don't worry about it, just breathe." So I took a breath and realized that I could actually breathe the water. And after that, it was just pure joy of swimming and breathing and not having to worry about anything. The peace of that dream stayed with me that whole day. So any insight of what all that was about would be helpful. Lately, my dream state seems more real than my life in the world. So again, I am anxious to see if you have any insight as to what this might mean. Much loving to all.
That's really good.
That's pretty exciting.
Go ahead. You'll explain it very well.
I was going to let you do it this time. That is exciting. That's a celebration. That is real freedom. That's real. No wonder you're feeling life is more real in a dream state, because that's not just a dream. That's a real spiritual
That's real.
experience.
That's real. Now, when you can breathe underwater, it's telling you that you now are conquering this level of creation. That it no longer rides control over you, but rather now you've relaxed into the spiritual being that you are, even while you're in the physical. And the spiritual being and the physical being now can breathe wherever it is and get the life force it needs to continue on. But go ahead and explain.
Yeah,
it.
that's I like, because I know it's used that word, but I just want to say when Jim says conquer, we really mean freedom in all that, because that's really the spiritual freedom. You've got to be able to go, the way this spiritual pathway works, it's like I was sharing in my talk about when I'd go up and then I'd kind of fall back and come down. Well, you just described it. You're going up the mountain, the cliff. That means and when you're above the ocean now, that's being above this creation, being above the mind and free of this. And when you get higher in that, that means you're beginning to live more into your spiritual freedom, which now that's where you learn by the cliff jumping. So funny, I've seen it in so many different ways, but it's awesome. That there's 2 significant things in there. One, not having any gravity is also symbolic of, you've heard me in the past say gravity's like karma, it pulls us down. So not having any gravity, that you've overcome gravity, is showing your spiritual freedom from the karmas that pull you down. And then when it was time now, and of course obviously that was the spiritual teacher, the radiant form of the spiritual teacher on the inner levels. And as you know, it doesn't matter who or what the form takes. The action of the spiritual teacher is always the Holy Spirit, using whatever form God's going to use to do that. That in now knowing your spiritual freedom, up the mountain, that's another one, up the mountain, even if it's not on the mountaintop, you're getting really close, and it's a level of freedom before the liberation. Just so you know, that in a way that is a sense of liberation. It's just a little further to go is all. But now being free of the gravity, then in that freedom now, when you do come back down to the physical level, which was jumping off and going into the ocean, that was you now from the higher plane coming back as you went into the water, back into this creation. And the deeper you go, obviously down at the bottom is the physical. But when you go there, that's where all the fear is. So you got to once again have the reminder of the fear of what it's like for the soul to be caught up in this creation. But then literally in that letting go of the fear, that freedom you experienced up there now, you just brought it to this level so that you can live that greater spiritual freedom while you're here in the body in this creation. Being able to breathe underwater is symbolic of that. Because when you're free, you're free. Spiritual freedom knows no dimensions or realms. You're spiritually free. It always happens there, and then you bring it back with you. You've got to awaken up into it. And then in that awakening, you live in that no matter where you're at. So being able to breathe underwater is now showing you the freedom you have, that no longer that fear or suffocation of drowning has any power over you. And that's a huge key in not only symbolic, but literally that experience is one of the greatest, one of the nicest ones I've heard with the level of detail and awareness in it. And that's really wonderful. Because that's what happens for every soul, by the way, on this pathway. Everybody will have that experience that was just described here, whether they remember it or not. That'll happen with every single one of us on our journey of liberation. So I hope we covered it.
Yeah,
And I'll explain that from the gravity and then being able to breathe underwater.
yeah. And that's what the phrase "be in the world but not of the world" means. When you can breathe underwater, you're no longer of this world. You're in it to have experience and to finally liberate the soul, but you aren't of it anymore. You're not caught up in it. It's not controlling you. You're getting free of it. And so now you're in it but not of it. And that's really a good thing to keep in mind.
Pretty awesome. And now you know why you're feeling like your dreams are more like the reality. Because that's really the more spiritual reality. Because it's not really a dream. That's really more the spiritual reality. And then it's reflected into this level. That's why you can feel like dreamlike or feel like you're being in kind of bliss.
Yeah.
Because now you're waking up out of the dream into the real world. The spiritual world. That's fun, because now they're up the Christmas tree, not much further to go on that light at the top of the Christmas tree or the top of the mountain. That's it. It's an amazing journey. It's just fun. I love hearing, this is the stuff I love hearing, because that's the reality of the spiritual journey of a soul, climbing the mountain and going back home. Go ahead, I'm going to listen, but I need to use the restroom a sec. I'll still be able to hear you.
Okay. Grateful for sharings. Hello, everyone. Happy New Year. I am truly grateful for today and everything that was shared. Thank you. I would like to share my inner experience in meditation today and to be witnessed in the letting go of a significant peace that I feel I've carried for lifetimes. The peace of not being worthy enough. I realize more than ever how this old belief has been an obstacle between me and my ability to fully give and receive in God's loving. In my inner experience, I felt all these parts of myself all over the place, on the floor, floating in the air, like pieces of a puzzle hanging out, waiting to be placed. Then I witnessed the faces of each part. In each face, both men and women, I saw the pain of not being enough. I felt the grief of not feeling worthy of loving. This welled up an emotion of deep sorrow for not loving these parts of myself. These parts that I honestly have so much loving for, so much gratitude. They are here with me to give me the truth in that they are here with me to give me the truth in that moment that I have been holding on to some old beliefs that I am not enough, I am not worthy. I gathered them into my center, embracing and loving them all, and gave them up to God like a fountain of love. Then I felt the rain of God's loving showering down on me, giving up and raining down. I am worthy of loving. Then the tears came. So much gratitude, so much lightness, so much loving. I wanted to share as I love into the new year to be witnessed and held in this evolution of my soul. Do you have anything to share about my experience? My questions are, I know in my mind that I am worthy, yet some of my outer reflections in life show me otherwise, and I am tested to remember I am worthy of loving, I am enough. In my desire to be done with this old belief and really let go on a soul level, am I somehow still holding on? Is this strong desire to be done an attachment? How do I stay present to the truth that I am worthy of loving and I do not need to apologize for who I am as I move forward into the new year?
That's easy, and that's a great example of why we meditate. You do the meditation, you seek first the kingdom of God and all else. It really should be you just seek God, not the kingdom of God. Just seek God. And boy, the raining, that is the best. I have had some experiences. The rain like that is literally what I'd call the manna from heaven, that literally it's the divine waters, the blessings, the Holy Spirit, one of the ways it showers down on the soul to cleanse it. I mean, and I really mean that. I have experienced those rains spiritually, traveling out of body, and they're just incredible. I feel them go through me. And it can seem like tears. It's like teardrops, it's raindrops, and it's God's loving grace that truly washes the soul clean of any of the belief systems, any of the unworthiness, any of it. I don't care what the details are. We, in truth, do not need to believe that we're worthy. We don't need affirmations. We don't, in truth, need any of that. What we do need is to do the meditation and just go home to God. All of these questions, everything literally gets handled, gets answered, gets taken care of just by the soul going home to God. Because literally through that plane, and I don't know if literally this person actually experienced that, but it sounded like they did, that there literally is a plane, there's a literally place as you're traveling up spiritually through the soul, that through the different regions, there's literally like the showers of spirit that truly cleanse the soul and help it to wash away literally all these things that would make us believe or have us feel pulled in unworthiness or whatever you want to call it. But unworthiness is probably one of the best words to call it that. And once that is cleansed, that just disappears. When that disappears, you will just know you're loving with God, and worthiness and unworthiness won't even be part of your vocabulary. It just won't even be part of your vocabulary. Because once you're in the loving with God, it's just a given that you're worthy. This is really key here. What we're doing here is not about trying to become worthy. We're not trying to do anything here other than we're just trying to go home to God. With us going towards God just by doing the meditation, God's grace will literally take care of everything, will bring us through everything, will give us everything, will cleanse us of everything, will literally do it all. And as we keep going up that pathway and journeying, all these things will be released and cleansed from us, where the soul will stand free and clear. That's literally what happens through all of this. And then, when I hate to say it, but doing all the affirmations, all the other, that helps us here on this level to move into that. The truth is, we just need to move into that. And the meditation itself will move us into that if we do it with the earnest sincerity and devotion and loving for God. It'll do it. And then all the other with the affirmations, statements of truth, everything else helps support that. It brings in a floor. It gives us that trust and faith and that belief in ourselves. But regardless of that belief in ourselves, if we really earnestly do the meditation, these things will be handled and taken care of. And that's really the biggest key, and why we always say meditation is number one.
No, that really shares totally. You're on a pathway now that is going to liberate your soul and free you of this creation. Even while you're in the body and in this creation, you're not going to be so caught up in it, and it's not going to have a hold on you like it has had in the past. And be aware the world is still going to play the game it's going to play on you, and it's up to you just to acknowledge, I'm not your person anymore, I'm not there anymore, and then just keep looking up and doing who you are today, and as a liberated soul, not as one who is entrapped in the world and the world has control over you. So very good. That was very nice. All of these are good.
I would like some clarification on the meaning of unlearned lessons. I know this seems simple, but I don't really understand how karma is an unlearned lesson. Can you give me an example?
Well, we come in to learn all kind of lessons. The soul is here in this creation to learn lessons so that the soul has the wisdom and understanding of this creation, this lower creation, and as a soul can take that knowledge back to God to complete in the knowing of the creation that God has put together. So when we're down here, we have a lot of lessons to learn about loving, forgiving, hate, anger, frustration, blame, guilt, so many things. And we can learn a part of a lesson, but not all of it. So there's an unlearned lesson there, even in a lesson that we almost learned but not complete. Or we may come into a lifetime and say, no, I'm not doing that. I don't care what's on top of me. I'm not doing you. And that is an unlearned lesson that is waiting to be learned.
That's a guarantee for reincarnation.
Yeah, it is. And so when you reincarnate, you bring those lessons that haven't been learned yet back with you so that you can learn them. And eventually you will. It said that within 4 lifetimes, you will learn the lessons that have been upon you.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's it. And then with that complete, you'll move on to whatever unlearned lessons are still there. And the world has a whole bunch of definitions about karma. And it gets confusing for a lot of people. And I learned very early on to call them unlearned lessons because that's all they really are. They're the lessons that we haven't learned, that we've avoided, we've run away from, or we haven't completed. And so they're going to just keep on coming and repeating until we do get them learned. Excuse me. Boy, the air is so dry. Oh. So Brian's going to read
Keep going. I need a minute to find it.
from the Book of Life about all of this. Okay, so the key is to, don't say, oh, it's my karma. That's an out. People use that as an out all the time.
That's a given.
Look at it and say, okay, I have some unlearned lessons here. What are they? What is it that's approaching me? What is presenting to me an unlearned lesson. And what is that lesson? And then once you understand it better, begin to look and see, how can I learn the lesson? Is the lesson a person in my life, and I need to learn what they're reflecting back to me about myself? Is the lesson inside of me, and I need to pay attention to my thoughts, my feelings, my attitudes, my angers, my frustrations, whatever that is running that I need to in a sense, take charge of. In other words, take that energy and begin to organize it in such a way within yourself that you can begin to learn the lesson. And it may be forgiveness, it may be taking responsibility, it may be taking action, it may be backing off, it may be a lot of different things that take place for that lesson to get learned. You've got to be the one who observes and then takes action in some way with it. And so that's how you complete the lesson, and then it's done. And once it's complete, literally it will drop away if you'll let it drop away. But a lot of people don't. They, even when they learn the lesson, they repeat it again. And a good example of that is people who get married, they are to learn from each other. So if you don't learn from your partner what they are trying to reflect back to you about yourself, and they don't learn from you about what you're reflecting back to them about themselves that could be learned together, then you get a divorce and you go your separate ways, and then you get married, and all of a sudden you've got the same kind of a personality and a person reflecting to you the same thing that the other partner was reflecting, and you're wondering what is going on. Well, because the unlearned lesson is there and it's not going to go away, and it's going to follow you wherever you go. Why not just learn the lesson now rather than have it follow you around the rest of your life?
That's why I wanted you to keep going. You gave really good practical experiences.
Yeah.
And that's really all we need. I just wanted to reference, and this is the old copy of the Staff of the Shepherd. The new one obviously has more like the blue cover, like the Knowing of God in green here. On page 98 through 104, Jim talks about the three offices of the hierarchy and the 7 rays. This is more, I know it sounds a little metaphysical in here, but in here Jim actually describes really more of those attributes, or I would say probably the primary lessons as far as the general concepts, like Jim's talking here. Like the 3 primary attributes are will and power, love, wisdom, and active intelligence. And a lot of what those major offices or attributes have to do with, like here's an example. On any level of being, it is the direction of will and power, or willpower, that is the driving force behind all activity, self-expression, and creativity. As we learn to mastery this primary spiritual attribute within us, we gradually bring our own personal wills more and more into alignment with the divine will. In the course of our learning, we will naturally make mistakes in this area, either by being willful and creating harm for ourselves or others, or conversely, by being passive and giving our power away. How we express the will power aspect within us usually relates to our early relationships with parental authority figures, primarily with mother and father. The universe mirrors itself throughout creation, and it is no coincidence that this first office of the planetary hierarchy can be thought of as the father-mother office, composed of those members who assist us to master the willpower aspect of the spirit within. And in the book here, it goes into each one giving the general idea, like I just read, that comes along with that. And I just want to read just a little bit more with you. The second aspect of God's Holy Spirit is the love, wisdom aspect. And the karmic challenges it presents relate to learning the nature of unconditional loving, which is you just described, but literally. And that's why I liked actually what you said better. You actually expanded and gave a lot more than what's even on the few pages. But the few pages on the book are very simple and concise to give a good idea. So I'd remind people to turn back to the books. Again, The Staff of the Shepherd, page 98 through 104. And that unconditional, the second aspect of the love wisdom, and that's a lot of really the blue light that we talk about here
Yeah.
as well. And then the third is the active intelligence. Active intelligence is really more where the inspiration and impetus to achieve in true alignment with the aspect of God, the Mother, Father, and Son aspect are actively expressing in harmony through us. This can be thought of as the Holy Spirit office. I know I'm kind of doing piecemeal here, and I apologize for that. But I just wanted to say, and then the 7 rays, this is the real one I wanted to just touch base. As the Holy Spirit continues down from the etheric plane and into the mental level, it is diffracted into 4 additional attributes beyond those first 3, which include harmony through conflict, concrete knowledge and science, devotion, and transformation. These 4, along with the primary 3, have sometimes referred to as the 7 rays, which constitute the 7 major areas of karmic challenge on this path of evolution. But that's really what all of us, the souls in this physical creation, are learning. And that's why I really like this, because in just simple, clear, precise words, it gives the key things. And that 7 rays was on page 101 of the Staff of the Shepherd. And I'll say that again because I know some people are probably taking notes. As the Holy Spirit continues down from the etheric plane and into the mental level, it is diffracted into 4 additional attributes, which include harmony through conflict. In other words, don't avoid conflicts if you're going to learn how to come into harmony. Concrete knowledge and science. The truth will set you free. You like how I'm adding my own addition to that? Devotion. Well, obviously that's key. The more we are devoted to loving God through our meditation. And transformation. Well, transformation to me just happens through that. Just like the experience about the rain. The more we love God and closer we get to God, then that grace literally pours upon us and cleanses us of all of this world so that we transform into the purity of spirit that we truly are. And then, of course, it goes on and literally breaks down to the 7 rays are literally the prism effect of the rainbow colors, because each of those colors have a frequency, and each of those frequencies is where the lessons are that are being presented through these attributes that you explain in the book. And really, what Jim just shared now explains everything that's in the book and a heck of a lot more. I'm glad you did, because you gave a lot of good practical experiences. That's why I like the books, because they give a lot of the teachings, but then here in our sharings and Q&As where we can go into the practicality,
Right.
so you have examples and can really understand it better and live it. It's just funny because people taking things out of books, they get the intellectual knowledge and then they think they have it, but then they use that to avoid doing it. We want you to take the knowledge and information to be able to apply living in your life. Like I made the comment, the conflict through, or harmony through conflict. Most people will avoid conflict because it's uncomfortable. But you're never going to learn about harmony if you don't engage and learn the lessons that are in there. So it's not about trying to avoid conflict. It's learning the lessons by experiencing and allowing yourself to walk through conflict to come to the other side where the harmony resides. In that experience and learning the lessons in that, then is what fulfills and answers what the lessons or karmas are for us as the soul on our journey home to God. And that's like I shared at the Christmas tree, when you go out on the end of the branch, and then everything you do in the experiences, if it's a bunch of conflict, but out of that conflict you're learning the lessons, and it produces fruit, something edible, something productive. The fruit of your labor is the fruition as those lessons are learned, and then you ingest them. You now get the benefit and the fulfillment of that, and then you're able to come back into the tree trunk free and clear now, having learned the lesson, and now be able to go higher. And to me, that's a lot of how we on this path of liberation can really fulfill our journey through evolution by doing this as a movement of loving and grace to really fulfill it, rather than just keep continuing it like you're saying too. That's why I made the joke, only 4 lifetimes?
And here's a key, and it's a very simple key, and if we keep this in mind and do the action, we'll find this gets a lot simpler. And that is, and God has said in this pathway that if you do your 10%, God will do the 90. Well, your 10% is to do the meditation and to pay attention to the things that are in front of you in your life. But the other 90%, God's going to come in and help you move through all these lessons, move through all these karmas, if you will, and to complete all this that is in this lifetime to be complete so you can be liberated. And God says, I will do the other 90% if you will do your meditation, if you'll do your 10%. And I know that to be very true. And I think a lot of you now are beginning to realize that more and more. So pay attention to that. That's the simplest phrase to remember and to keep yourself focused on this pathway.
And I hope people hear this, because this to me is the practical level of doing this. And then the other experiences like the anti-gravity and being able to breathe underwater, those are the results and what we will experience on the inner levels from doing all this that we're talking about practically. That's the inner spiritual. So when we talk about out of body or dreams and other things that seem symbolic or unreal, so to speak, and then we talk about this kind of stuff that seems so practical and worldly in ways, more like self-help, self-growth, that's how they tie together. The more you do all this on a practical, the more it frees you to have those other experiences, to not be, in a sense, caught up by gravity and not being able to breathe underwater. But the more you do this and live and practice all this is how you get the spiritual freedom and are able to now breathe underwater, be able to float and fly, because that's both doing the meditation and then being open and willing to participate in all the other teachings to really fulfill ourselves on every level like this.
And I just like to add that if you're looking at the Staff of the Shepherd, the newer version, it's going to be about 2, maybe 3 pages more than the pages that Brian just shared. So if you go to those pages, go maybe a page, 2 or 3 pages beyond that.
Yes, good point. Thank you, Kelsey. And so to be more specific, instead of the page number, I'll give you the headings. The 3 offices of our hierarchy and the 7 rays. That's where I just read
And what
from.
chapter is that in?
That's in chapter 4. Chapter 4 of the Staff of the Shepherd. So the 3 offices of our hierarchy and the 7 rays. So those are the headings in chapter 4, page 98 to 104 in the old book, and a couple pages either way in the new one.
Okay, Jim, you once told me it takes a lot of energy to stay focused and vulnerable to spirit, especially during class. It must take an amazing amount of focus to stay connected to spirit the way you two do. Thank you both for the example of how to remain in spirit and come back into alignment when you get drawn out of it. I find I seem to be getting more emotionally vulnerable to acts of loving compassion and caring, and during meditation get momentary connection with the flow of God. Like this morning where I was part of the all and it a part of me. But then the mind jumps in and moves into running scenarios of wanting to be in control and even dealing with dangerous and violent confrontations. WTF. In the physical, I avoid confrontation and practice rondo and coward foo.
I have no idea what those are, but that's pretty funny. Obviously, it's a
Play on words.
a joke on martial arts or
I
something.
guess. Rondo and coward foo.
Oh, I get it.
They do the flight response rather than the
Yeah.
fight response. That's pretty good. I salute your creativity. It's funny.
I am getting better at catching my mind in its bid for down and out focus, but I still seem to spend a lot of time focused into the world. Probably a good thing, as I have to deal with the responsibility I've chosen to take on here, even though I feel less and less connected to all the noise and frenetic movement in this realm. I guess this is not so much a question as public journaling to bring this to the
Public journaling. I like that. That's good.
bring this to the fore so I can deal with this and find the ability to move into a deeper focus on spirit. Thanks again and much love.
That's a
said-
good statement of awareness.
Yeah.
And with awareness comes transformation, so that's great.
They said bring this to the fore, so they're golfers. They said four. So let's hit it for the long drive. Really, just thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
And I like it. It's fun putting that creative spin. As you know, I like to play around with stuff like that too. So, touche.
Dear beloveds, I feel like this year I have finally heard that the path to God is through going into the inner loving.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm not done with the last one.
Okay.
WTF is what the forgiveness.
Of course.
And the other one's karma fu.
Karma foo.
That's right. It's kung fu with your karma. And the way you deal with it is what the forgiveness. There, okay, now I feel complete. I'm sorry. Would you mind starting again on that next one?
On a different note, I'm still at what
we're
the
getting-
forgiveness.
What the forgiveness. Karma fu instead of kung fu and what the forgiveness.
It is that hour, Jim.
I'm practicing.
It is the
I'm
hour.
practicing laugh, LAF. That's right. We're getting to that point.
You
Usually
get-
I'm silly right after the lunch break or right after a break of any kind. Now I'm doing it
Right
coming
before
up to
dinner.
the main break. That's right.
Okay. You ready for this?
Yeah.
I don't know. Wait, let me go into my anti-gravity place. Or do I need to be breathing underwater? Oh, wait a minute.
Just let me know when you want me to start.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
No, we get a kitty distraction. Kitty cat and kitty Kate.
Dear beloveds, I feel like this year I have finally heard that the path to God is through going into the inner loving, and it makes sense. As different things come up, and I have gone through overwhelm and upset at times, I have been blessed to keep coming back to letting go and letting God and surrendering to the inner loving. There are times, though, especially with Christmas coming up, where I can see that I am going out of my body and unconscious again when the overwhelm is coming up. And I have to really focus on bringing myself back into the body so that I can then be present to focus on loving myself. Do you have any suggestions to help stay in my body so that I can break that pattern of leaving my body when I'm overwhelmed from the old traumas? Many thanks.
Well, I don't know why you'd want to break the habit of leaving the body. Leaving the body is how you can rise above it all. Now, if you're using the word leaving the body as a way of saying psychologically disassociating, that's different. And so I would ask, pay attention to how you use your words and how you're perceiving the use of your words inside of yourself, because they're two very different things. Disassociation is very different than out of body. Because we actually, if you can get out of body, better to get out of body and rise above it. Because the more you can love God and get out of body and lift up into the higher frequencies of spirit, that's how you're going to heal and get free of these things. And that's the best way to deal with it. That's really, truly the best way to deal with that in everything. Because when you do that, you bring back with you then that greater loving with you. And it's that loving that'll transform and heal anything. And it'll also bring a greater understanding and awareness and a knowing of what to do in handling these things. So it's not done out of fear and avoidance, because a lot of disassociative processes come out of great fear that often have come out of great abuse and harm done physically, psychologically, and all. And so those conditions that can turn into schizophrenias and other things that can be challenging to deal with, to say the least, that's a different process. And if there really is any of that type of psychological condition with this, please do seek out professional, experienced assistance. We recommend that for everybody, that you always seek out professional help. If it's a physical ailment, get the right kind of doctor. If it's a psychological one, get the right kind of psychotherapist or psychologist or psychiatrist. Whatever it is, seek out and get the assistance you need. And of course, doing the meditation and practicing the LAF and all the tools we teach here. All the tools we teach here are going to work for everybody across the board. When we recommend other things, like I'm saying now, is that is the individual journey each of us need to pursue for ourselves to specifically learn the lessons that are in any of those conditions that we may have. And that's what we want to do. We want to get not only the support to help us get through it, but in that support to help us get through it is where we're going to learn and fulfill those karmic lessons that are associated with any kind of condition, if you want to call it that. But everything's a condition in this world, so let's call it that. That's a nicer way of saying it. And it's being practical. Some people just want to avoid all that and just think they can meditate and God's going to take it from them. That's not how this works. God will help you to walk through it and learn the lessons to fulfill it. This pathway is not about taking things away. It's about assisting in fulfilling these things. That's how we get liberated. You don't get liberated by avoiding and having somebody take something away or anything taken away from you. It's about embracing it, loving it, accepting it, forgiving it. And so you always want to do that. And sometimes just doing that gives everybody what they need. But for each of us, if we have very specific things that we need to go deeper into, specifically for our lessons beyond what we can do here with LAF and meditation, that's where each person needs to find where those areas of support are and utilize them to assist you in fulfilling whatever those lessons are that you have to fulfill. And that's really all this is. I don't care if it's a physical condition or disease or a psychological one. It's really all about fulfilling the lessons that are there, regardless of your fears and judgments you have on yourself or others. It's all about really, truly finding a way to love, accept, and forgive it all. You want to add anything more?
No, that's very well put.
Did we touch upon all that? I think so. It almost feels like I'm missing something, but I think I got it.
Do you want me to look back?
Yeah, I think the energy I'm feeling when I say I almost feel like I'm missing something, because it's not uncommon for me at least, when I answer questions like this, that often I'll feel the person's caught in the mind, and that's where often the disassociation will take place because there's a fear in trying to avoid the pain, which is totally understandable for any of us. It's just the longer and the more we do that, the more separation it causes within us. And that's the thing that we ever want to watch, is that we want to really see what we can do to bring that which is separate within us back into a wholeness. That's why I even like the word holistic health, the wholeness of the mind, the body, the emotions, and the spirit. We just always lead with spirit, obviously, in ILM, and then let the grace of that unfold through our consciousness, and then do what we need to do to handle here. And to approach it that way. Because sometimes the things that we're very afraid to address and that we're trying to disassociate or get away from and avoid is where we need to take responsibility and be proactive in getting the support we need to be able to walk through it. That's what I'm trying to encourage not only this person but everybody, is to get the support you need, whether it's ILM or anywhere else. Like I said, a doctor, a psychologist, a support group, a friend group, or whatever you need to assist you in being able to walk through these processes. That's, to me, the key. If you can do it on your own, great. But a lot of things we need some kind of support. So we really encourage that. Because there's just something about participating with other people that not only does it seem easier, but it helps to give us not only the encouragement, but literally where that support, why we use the word support, it feels like it gives us something that we can rely on and be able to move forward, where maybe on our own we don't seem to be able to muster up the ability within ourselves. When we have other people we can be, in a sense, accountable with, it somehow helps us to muster up that ability to really start moving through it. And that's really a key. I mean, that's why I joined the group, even though it's not really a group we join here, but this is a support group for people really wanting to go home to God. Even though it's an individual pathway that we're all doing individually, coming together and focusing on this together supports each of us individually to really walk this and fulfill it. And it's the same thing for other needs.
So what would be your suggestion to break the pattern when this person's feeling overwhelmed from old traumas in this time of Christmas? Like, what would be a practical suggestion?
That's my answer.
Okay.
That's why I was saying it that way, because you've got to look at these things as long term. It's not as simple as, hey, here's a technique just to handle it for this time of year. That's not going to get to the root of it. That's like putting, I don't want to call it a bandage. That's overused. It's not going to do anything to heal what's going on. What I'm suggesting is a way to actually heal the underlying condition, so you don't need any kind of tool or technique just to get through the month. What we're doing here is not about getting through something. What we're doing here is about fulfilling and completing everything. That's why I gave the answer I did instead of just going into, hey, okay, you want a technique? Do what Jim just shared today. Write in your journal. Write in your journal. That's a great way to support yourself. It's probably the best way to support yourself on a physical level if you're not going to do something with other people like I talked about. I mean, other than meditation. I'm talking about beyond meditation, but this is a key. You really want support, and if you want to do it on your own in a technique, whenever this shows up, go get out the frickin' Laugh workbook. Do the Laugh workbook. Why do you think we did that? Start it from beginning to end. Every single step of the way, we laid it out in such a way to bring you through the process, and all of it's journaling. It's answering questions. It's taking you through guided meditations to let go of these things. And we even have a place in the Laugh workbook to literally a journal, a meditation journal, as well as the laugh exercises we have in the laugh workbook. Utilize, please, everybody, utilize the tools. We've created several, but just a few very simple tools. The laugh workbook is key. And then everything else, the other books I just referenced today, the 3 books Jim did, the Initiates Handbook, and of course, all of our talks. But if you want to take it even in greater depth and want support, but still on your own, do the Laugh Workbook and the Laugh Work course on the website. You can do that all on your own. Or you can even do it together as a group. We know people that are doing it as a group, and we know people out there just doing it with 1 or 2 friends. That's still a support group, and what my answer was to begin with. That's why we have these things out there, why we've made them available. Please utilize the website and all the resources we have made available. And check with your local community. And if you don't have a local community, reach out to the nearest one. They've got events going on. Like I know in England, they do a lot of the stuff with the Laugh Workbook over there. Stephen's got things. Kelsey does the Laugh class like next Sunday, specifically to handle all these things. She usually do like an exercise even often, or give homework or something, as well as just sharing in Q&A. So we make those resources available. It's just a matter of really tapping in and using those. But I know sometimes people need something more specific or beyond what we're doing here. And that's why I was encouraging the other things as well. Like we don't tell people what to do for their diet, what to do for their exercise, how to do their relationships. We don't do that. Those are your lessons. And that's what I was trying to address in some way with my other answer, as well as what we're doing here at ILM. You have anything else you'd add?
No, that's very good.
And believe me, there's a million tools and techniques out there to deal with what you're asking. But again, we're not trying to just give a quick fix here for something, and I hope that's clear. What we're doing is long-term, lifetime, really beyond this life. Seriously, this lifetime we're finishing up everything, so it's literally all of our lifetimes getting wrapped up. That's not something you can do with just a quick little technique to get past some depression or pain.
Okay, we have 2 more new
Did that
ones.
answer it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for bringing that up
That
again.
was
And let me
awesome.
explain a little more.
Just to be clear, that person didn't ask for, they asked for suggestions, not something specific. That was me trying to elicit that out of you.
Oh, very good.
Just so that person knows it was me, wasn't you.
Good job.
there's-
Good job. I
You're
liked it.
welcome. I liked it. That was a good answer. So there's 2 more new ones. The other 2 that have written in, you've written in several, so we're going to have to do that another time. But I would like to get these 2 that haven't shared yet or
Sure.
asked.
Yeah, and if we don't have time, obviously, come to Kelsey's class next Sunday and
Yeah.
put it out there.
There you go. Okay, so asking and sharing in 3 parts. Per Brian's suggestion a while back, I reread the Initiate Handbook.
Good for you, seriously.
I read that the spiritual teacher's role is to help us reach soul. What is your role after we reach soul? I see you both on the soul level, and in meditations you have both guided me to soul. So has your role changed?
Not one bit. Our role is the same to soul realm and beyond. When we wrote that, I mean, that was in the very beginning days that we did that. That was literally in 2002. And that was just the beginning of the journey of the soul realm. And ever since then, it's really been that way since the beginning, but Jim and I just had to lay it out. And the Initiates Handbook actually came just from 6 recordings that we transcribed and edited and kind of put together. But with that maybe I should let you talk. It feels like it's with you to answer that.
I'd say this. Remember that I've always said that I'm here to get you to the heart of God. Mm-hmm. That's way above the soul realm. And so Brian and I are working in alignment with Sat Purush and with God. Sat Purush is the first manifestation of God in the physical realm.
In the
And
physical realm?
well, you know what I'm talking about, the lower creation. And we're to bring you back into the very heart of God, not just to the soul realm. But in many traditions, they teach that they are here to help you to get to the soul realm. And in some traditions, they say then someone else will come, either inside or outside, to take you higher. Well, it's simple here. If you want us to, we'll take you all the way. And we're here to assist you in doing that. And we have people that are doing that now. So be aware that we're here from the beginning to the end and beyond. So
Literally beyond.
Yeah, really. So there's no concern about what happens now that I'm at the soul realm. We'll just continue on the way we are. And if God has something else in mind, then God will bring that person or that spiritual being present to you, and they'll work with you from there. But that hasn't happened so far, and I really doubt that that's going to happen because we really keep this clear and simple and direct. And we've gotten people already to the soul realm and beyond.
It's all folded up. I want to give a little practical example, and I think I gave this before. It's been taught, like Jim said, in different traditions. Most traditions have taught about just taking people to the soul realm, because in truth, that's, in a sense, the home of the soul, where the divine spark came out of the oneness. Where God, when we say Sat Purush, that is the first individualized aspect of God. Because in truth, God is a beingness, the ocean of loving. That's the oneness. But in that beingness, as God expressed and created, that's where the individualizations came. And the first individualization of God's beingness came as the Lord of the soul realm, where God individualized God's self in the spiritual realms. And that's what we referred to as the Lord of the soul realm, or Sat Purush, or those of you initiated, you have the name. And out of that beingness is where God created the souls, the divine sparks that each of us are, made in the likeness of God. So the individualized beingness of God is what we come out of, but that all comes out of the ocean of oneness that is not the expressions of individuality, but of our oneness of all the divine drops that make up the oneness. I'm trying to watch my words, because you start going into that area, you're going into the formless. I'm trying to talk about how the form comes through the formless, or into form, I should say. And from there, then it comes into this creation, obviously, where there's a lot more form and structure. So in this journey, that when we bring into the soul realm, that's the liberation of the soul. And from that point, for me personally, to give you an example, that when I came to that point in the soul realm where I fulfilled my journey, and that was really with my previous spiritual teachers, many of you know, with the MSA and John Roger, that then I was presented, because in there he taught that once you go there, his job's done, and then it's up to Sat Purush, or God, as we just shared about, will come forward and then present whatever's next, if it's with him or another spiritual teacher, however that is, to continue the journey. And a lot of times that journey is just for the soul to go to the soul realm, because that's liberated then. It's just free to live in its true home there. But for those souls that God is going to bring beyond that and back into the oneness, to really now fulfill all that journey, even through the Garden of Eden in the soul realm, that Sat Purush does that truly through itself, that God does that through itself, through Sat Purush. But it's important to understand that a spiritual teacher such as myself, Jim, and many others, that when we have moved into the oneness with God, God utilizes our form as an individualized expression of that ocean of loving to assist those souls to move back into that state of oneness. And so in that process, then we will continue with the divine sparks back into the oneness. For me, once I was in the soul realm, then literally God came to me. Well, I should say God brought me to God, not God came to me. God, that's a whole other conversation, isn't it? Literally, God brought me to him. And I say him because he appeared as a male figure for me in that instance. And gave me a choice. And that choice was to really work with Jim. And so I chose Jim. I didn't know at the time that meant to do what I'm doing now with him. I just thought, oh, Jim's going to be the one now to take me beyond the soul realm. And, well, it was that and a lot more. But through that then, I continued my journey of having inner experiences with Jim, where sure enough, Jim would literally, as I traversed now into the spiritual realms beyond the soul realm, even into the very top of the ocean of loving, from which the origin of God itself, through the movement of the Holy Spirit, not through Jim, through the movement of the Holy Spirit, but through that movement of the Holy Spirit, this pathway of sound and light, there's a specific current that exists through every level of God's creation, even in the ocean of loving itself. Just like in these oceans in the world, there's currents within the oceans. Well, even in the ocean of God's beingness, there are currents. And there is the specific current of light and sound that is right here into this physical creation anchored through the mantle of the teacher. That when we say comes out of the heart of God, we're not kidding. That same current not only goes through this physical creation and into and through the soul realm, but it goes all the way through the ocean of loving right into the origin of God's beingness and beyond. That current, this path of sound and light, is literally that pathway. And the spiritual teachers who serve God in that and are one with that, that's their job and service, like Jim was sharing earlier. And in that, when I was taken up, Jim was the one, as well as Jesus, I'll say, that's the other main teacher. There's actually quite a few teachers, just so you guys know, but Jesus is one of the main ones. I like to say he's just got good publicity and marketing in this creation. But he really is. I don't want to make him special, but at the same time, he is in a way. But again, because of the function, the service of serving God in the fullest, truest sense. And as I was lifted up through the ocean of loving to the very top, it was Jim and Jesus that were going with me as my teachers, that were guiding me, assisting me, walking with me, literally like hand-holding, all the way up to the very origin into the heart of God. And so I know that's true for myself just with Jim in this process, as well as Jesus, like I said. But it's all done through God, through this path of sound and light. The individualized teachers are actually one with that, even though they appear individual like we do here, but are one with that. And that's why I find it easier to talk as a current, like a river, a movement of water. It's a movement of light and sound. It's a movement of God's loving. And in that current that lifts and carries the soul home into the very beingness in the heart of God itself. Not just the soul realm. But the soul realm is a very important part, because that's really the fulfillment, the completion, the end of the journey out of this creation of time and space. And it's done. That's really all we need to concern ourselves with in this creation and on this pathway. But because of the time we're in and because of the experience of a lot of the souls that have really been through a lot of God's creations, that God's also now calling home those that are really ready to go much further, truly back into that merging into the oneness. And that's where it's up to God for those souls that God is ready to bring home to that greater oneness, even beyond the soul realm. Then God's going to do that the way God does that. It's almost funny or weird to talk about it on this level, but nonetheless, that's what we know through our own experience. That's why I wanted to share even my own personal experience, how I know that to be true. And because of what I've experienced doing that myself in the current of God with other souls. Because it's not just me, believe me. People ask, well, how many souls has God created? Oh, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Oh, one. Oh, no, just one. Okay, it's just one. That's easy. But oh my God, all the divine sparks and drops in that one. I have no idea. I don't even know if God knows. It's infinite and eternal. God will never be bored.
He has an angel with a counter.
Oh, one, one, one,
That's
one,
right.
one. How many do you have? One.
That's right. Well, why don't we move to the next question?
Yeah, I could go on and on for eternity with this one.
He will, too.
So there's 2 more questions with this person. Do we have
Okay.
time for that?
Sure, I'm okay
Well-
with it. I mean, it's the last class of the year. It'll
Yeah.
be 2
Okay.
months before the next one. I hope you guys are
And then
okay
I want to
with it.
read the last one because the last one's a nice way to finish
Good.
up.
Okay.
So the second question, I have been sorting out that was beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
not
you.
too often we get to share stuff like that, and those are the types of things that we normally save for the initiate meetings. So to share that kind of stuff in an open meeting is kind of unusual, and to me that's a real blessing and wonderful, whoever's watching, especially if you're newer or haven't been initiated yet. That's the deep, profound stuff that can sound like a fantasy in this world, but the reality of it spiritually is literally beyond belief. I mean that, because you can't believe this stuff. It's beyond belief. Not a figure of speech, but literally, truly, realistically.
I know, I was sitting here going, oh my God, this isn't an initiate
I
meeting.
know.
What's going on right now? That was truly a blessing. Thank you. I'm sure everybody out there is just so
Thank
happy to
you.
hear all that.
It's amazing. I mean, that's why I said I could go on and on about this, because it's the most amazing. You think getting the soul realm is amazing. It is. Getting to the soul realm is the greatest celebration because it's truly the completion and liberation of your soul from time and space. And in that, though, and it's the most active, a lot of phenomena. Oh my God, there's so much stuff. It's the most exciting part because there's a lot of form. When you go beyond the soul realm, it starts to merge and meld and all melt together as just an ocean of sound and light. Well, what about all the details? There's not so much detail. But that's the purity of the beingness and the essence of loving itself that is formless. That's why there's not a whole, you notice we don't talk about it a lot, because what's there to talk about when it's formless? There's nothing, when it's form that you can talk about details. In the formless, what I just shared is a detail in the formless. Because even in the formless, there can be the individuality like I described to the spiritual teachers who went up with me. But that, I'm sharing that because I want you to know, because some people ask, well, do I lose my individuality? In other words, they're afraid of losing their self-identity. No, you gain your sense of individuality even more so. Because when you know your oneness with God, you know your true individuality, which, that's why I made the joke, one. Because even though there's millions, billions, trillions, infinite drops and sparks in the ocean of loving of the formless, you still know yourself as a drop, as an individualized spark, even in the formless. But you also know yourself as the ocean of the formlessness. They sound like two different things, doesn't it? In this creation, that's all we know, duality. And so what I just said sounds like a paradox of duality, but when you actually have the experience, it's just singular. It's oneness. And there's no way for that to make sense in this level of understanding. It is only through our experience will we actually understand what I actually just said. And it's just amazing and incredible. That's all I can say. You'll know your individuality and the formless and the oneness, and you'll just know because of that experience of what that is. In other words, with God, all things are possible, and God can do whatever goddamn well pleases. Okay, I'll stop now. What were you going to say?
No, I think we should move on.
I know you're going to say that. Jim will cut me off. Because he's
Are you
more
sure?
concerned he's more concerned about time than he is about God and oneness.
No, I just want to be sure to cover everything they're being asked.
Well, look how much time you used just talking about it.
Well, thank you. That was beautiful and a blessing and wonderful and everything else. All right, second question. I have been sorting out old pictures and putting my family history together, and so my family has been on my mind. A couple days ago, I was getting out of bed in the morning, and my mother came to me in a flash. Her loving shot through me like a lightning bolt. It felt soul to soul. Can you comment on this experience? Was my mother's soul making connection with me? I can feel her loving as I type this with tears in my eyes.
That could very well be that you were feeling her loving. And really there's nothing to comment on it other than, enjoy, appreciate, honor it, and move forward.
I mean, to me, when I hear that is when you're sorting through a lot of these things, that's kind of what Jim was saying in his sharing and journaling to complete things and looking through your pictures, going through old things. It's about sorting through to let go and complete the past. And so in the sorting through, to me, was a letting go. And in the letting go now, your mother's loving, there was a space for that to come shooting through where all these situations of the past blocked that. But in going through all that and letting go of all that, it opens it up so now you can really get to what it's all about, and that's just the loving. And that's exactly what we want. Doesn't matter who with. That's what we want with everybody. Because really, what is that light of loving you felt from your mother, but really just the light of God that resides in all of us. And that's what we're doing on this pathway.
I have been putting the tools I use into a box per Jim's suggestion to create your own toolbox. Like Kelsey just said, Jim says this, but I add to this, to that saying. This is something that is in her toolbox. One thing I pull out of my toolbox is something Brian said in a retreat a few years ago. Loving is not a behavior. I know that when I started on this path,
That's a good one.
I thought loving was my behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought I wouldn't get very far on this path because I was so reactive and still am sometimes.
Thank God loving has nothing to do with that, huh? The behavior is really dealing with the ego in our mental and emotional processes karmically. Loving, like Jim shared earlier about all that is just a vehicle for the divine spark that is the loving to experience all of this. Our behaviors have nothing to do with loving. But loving is what can transform a lot of our behaviors.
So I share this now because I can't butt in, and I wanted to say it to someone who was sharing. It's a good tool for me to remember. Knowing this helps me focus on the loving and recognizing what it really is. Thanks for sharing me the. Thanks for showing me the way. Hugs.
Nice.
That's
thank you.
great.
And this one's titled "How Can I Love You More?"
I like that.
Yeah, I do too. And I like it because it's in the calendar that
Oh,
you're all going to
yes.
get. And it's the.
Oh, you just, not that it's a real surprise, but
Okay. Sorry. It's the Christmas quote for next year. And so I think it's so appropriate to end today with this statement from this person. How can I love you more? Hello, dear beloveds. I had an inner experience around listening to the soul alignment meditation recording repeatedly over several weeks. One day while in meditation, after participating with the guided meditation, I had an experience inside me of all the aspects of myself looking up towards the soul and each asking the soul, how can I love you more? Moving up through the levels inside me, through the imagination, emotions, mind, and all, asking this. And then the soul gathered this all up and turned it all upward to ask God, how can I love you more? I was immediately surprised to hear back from above me, how can I love you more? This just enveloped me completely, and I was stunned and so filled with awe in that moment. It is hard to describe. To experience that, I was full. It finally got into me. By loving God, God loves me. It filled me and overwhelmed me with joy, peace, and loving. I felt like a child that was literally glowing.
perfect. Sorry, I just got to say, wonderfully stated. By you loving God creates a space so God can love you. God loves everybody, but we don't know it. We block it. We don't allow it because of all of our stuff, our beliefs, everything. By us loving God, and this kind of answers the other question about the giving, receiving, passive, active, all that. That's why in here we initiate the guided meditation often where we start with loving God, and why we have a sacred name to love God, to chant, to focus, because by doing that, Jim's prayer, may the light of the Holy Spirit go before me, clearing any and all distractions, and so on and so forth. That's exactly what is happening when we do the meditation and chanting and loving God. And by doing that, that's what creates a space and opens us up and cuts through all the garbage that we have created that does not allow God's loving to come in. So by doing that, that's well stated, that by doing that, that's when we talk about taking responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. That's why we have to do that. When we actually do that, this is what happens. By us doing this, by willing to sacrifice and let go of all the stuff in the way and make God first and only, that we just love God, that's the greatest service we can do for ourselves and everybody, really. By doing that, then, it creates a space now that we can receive God's loving that is always there for us. That's wonderfully stated, so please continue on.
She just says, thank you for all you are and all you do, and a very Merry Christmas. I have so much loving for all of you.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Thank you.
More comments?
That's it.
No.
I think you were
I
very.
know we're already running over.
You were very
But now I don't
clear
want to
on that.
end because it's the last class of the year, and now it's just so nice. I'm not as tired as I usually am, and it's been awesome. The very beginning, everything was just.
Yeah.
A lot of times before class, we'll feel a lot of the pressures of a lot of the energies and karmas that people are bringing forward to clear and work through. And today there just wasn't that. Today was just a freedom and joy from the very beginning. And it's been like that through everything. And that's why I don't want to stop, because I like being in this energy and just like continuing on with it. So that's why I kept going on and on about the formlessness and all that. You want me to talk more about that?
Well, we can leave the camera running till midnight.
I will comment on that one. So that statement, how can I love you more, for those of you who don't know, that came out of the same experience I just shared about the whole thing of the spiritual teacher taking us to the soul realm and what's next. So when I came to that place where I was liberated, and then literally by Sat Purush directly, so yeah, I'm a crazy one who has talked to God and seen God, and God's talked to me and I've talked back, that when I saw God, God gave me the choice, and I choose Jim Gordon. And at the very end of that experience, as literally I was coming out of that experience and back to the body, I was crying, just tears of loving and joy, and my soul, literally who I really am, because believe me, the soul's voice will often be very different than our voice here. And literally I said, how can I love you more? And that's what I came back with. I didn't get an answer, though.
No, her answer was good.
I know.
Or their answer was
And-
good. I don't know if it's her.
But I know for me, how can I love you more was my next step of doing the service.
Yeah.
So that's how I've been loving God more, is literally through the action of service I've been doing. Because that was the day after Thanksgiving of 1999 is when I had that experience. And so ever since then, I've been getting that answer, because 1 month later is when God gave me the way that I could love God more.
Yeah.
So God did answer it, just not in words in that moment. And it's been that ever since. But that's one of the greatest questions that I discovered, a sense that just happened in my own experience with me and my soul directly with God. I hate to say me and my soul. It's just, when you're in your soul, that's really who the real me is. It's just when you come back in this body and the personality, there's this other voice that's just really the personality. It's kind of strange, because we think it's one and the same, but it's not. We're just doing good and lucky if who we are as the soul really can come through the personality. But you'll know that for real when you actually wake up to your soul and have those inner experiences with God or other souls in the soul realm and beyond.
Yeah.
Really, that's how
right.
that takes place. So that's a great note to actually not only end the year, but literally the end of the year, which, again, the day after Thanksgiving for me in 1999, that question was the setup now for
All this.
obviously the next year, but actually the last 21 years. It's literally been 21 years since that happened.
Yeah.
And that's where it really began for me. So be careful. If you ask God, how can I love you more, what'll come forward? Because God will make sure you get an answer one way or another. But that is key. You've got to love God. Listen, most people have a hard time loving themselves. Don't worry. Just focus on loving God. Don't worry about loving yourself. A lot of people say, I'm too unworthy, too many judgments, I'm such a bad person. Then don't worry about trying to love yourself. Don't even worry about working through all that stuff. Just love God.
Yeah.
Did Jesus even say in the Golden Rules to work through all that stuff? No, it was love God with all your body, mind, heart, and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. But don't even bother with the second one until you get the first one down. Because you're not going to even know how to love your neighbor, let alone love yourself, if you're not able to love God. You just love God. It's one simple thing. That's it. You do that, all the rest will be fulfilled. Literally. In truth, we don't even need a toolbox. All we need to do is loving God. That's it. God will literally take care of the rest. And God will give us homework. Because then as we ask God, how can I love you more? God will say, do the laugh workbook. Listen to the talks. Go join a support group, especially the ILM one. 'Cause you can't join that one, but yet you do that and you'll join back up with me. But that's really what happens. Not, well, whatever. What are you laughing at?
You.
Okay, thank you. What? You said to go. I'm just going to continue on.
Okay.
We're only half an hour over because you care so much about time. What? This is my holiday message. My holy divine message. How can I love you more? And Jim's way is saying, by getting Brian to shut up so we can focus on loving God. This is good. Let's leave it with a little bit of humor. Leave him laughing.
That's right.
Leave Jim laughing or leave him laughing? All right. Kelsey, what do you have to share to finish this up?
God is always laughing.
That's right.
That's a good quote. Isn't that actually like the title of one of the Hafiz or Rumi books? God is laughing.
I heard God laughing.
That's right. I heard God laughing.
Yeah.
That'll be a new one.
think
God
God-
is always laughing.
God is always laughing.
I can only hear God laughing when I do my meditation.
Well, I just want to say enjoy the new website over the holidays and
Yeah.
into the new year, and just have a wonderful holiday and new year, and journal like Jim said. And I mean, for me, I'm going to go back and listen to this whole class again, and the talks and the Q&A. There was just a lot in there just to end the new year, end
Yeah.
this year and start the new year. So
Yeah.
thank you for just a wonderful class for December and January. There's a lot of good homework assignments in it.
There
Hey,
is.
the website is actually the toolbox.
Yeah.
There's
you
all the
go.
tools in the toolbox.
There you go.
The website's your doorway to God.
Enter in.
Literally. Literally.
Register. Such a good day. Such a good day.
I know, that's why I don't want it to wrap up yet, but
Well, thank you
Okay.
to Tanya and Abe on the back end that have helped with
Very
this
much, yes.
broadcast, as well as my mom here that helps. She's the silent helper that nobody sees, but she helps turn all this stuff on, plugging it in, and to the rest of the staff for all their love and support, Henry and Stephen and Ani, and to Lynn and Nana for all that they do out there in England.
Yeah.
Just tremendous, loving all round.
amen.
And hallelujah.
And if you want a little more, show up next Sunday for the last laugh course for the year, or class that Kelsey's doing. So,
Yeah.
and she'll continue on with How Can I Love You More?
Absolutely.
By laughing.
You got it.
All right.
Well, goodbye, but thank you very much, and just God bless, and have a wonderful holiday season.
We love you all. Stay safe and stay spiritual.
Love you. Bye.
God bless.
Bye-bye.
Amen.
God
See ya.
bless.
I guess it's the time of year to say, see you next year.
Yeah. All right.